don't need to hear this, but let me put this out here. Stop sparing folks. Hello, somebody. Stop sparing folks. Nobody cared when your feelings was hurt. Nobody cared when you was pacing the floor. Nobody cared when you was sliding down the wall. Nobody cared when you was standing over there with a face full of tears. You had to suck it up, buttercup. But then when it come to other folk feelings, here you are, want to tiptoe around it, want to avoid the elephant in the room. I don't want to upset anybody. I don't want to disturb the peace. Stop sparing folk. Ain't nobody spare you when it was your turn. Give it to them real. Give it to them raw. Give it to them uncut and uncensored. This is exactly what it is. This where you had me messed up at. Yeah. I ain't playing with nobody this season, baby.
Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo. Set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
Well, happy Saturday morning to all. It's It's nice to see you this Saturday. What are we doing up so stinking early? It's because I've been up since 4. I went to bed early last night, like really early. I was just exhausted. I've been kind of running on the steam I have. So it's nice to be up and finally kicking off the coffee club on time this week. Many of you that are new to this channel, we are part of the coffee club. Coffee club's like wee hours of morning, like before the sun comes up, coffee club. And then we go through the day. I've been trying to get a few lives in, but with running and everything going on in my life, it's just been so difficult. So as you see, I kind of moved around the intro a little bit. I'm going to be doing a live in the morning. Sorry, my hair is just doing some funky stuff. I might as well just flip it the way I'm used to flipping it. There we go. There, now I feel normal. And so we got a lot of stuff that we're going over. We've been kind of just so involved with the Idaho 4 and everything like that. I got a secret to tell you guys, and I'm going to wait until we get a little more people into the chat room. Thank you all for being here so early. I know many of you guys weren't expecting me this morning, right? It's Saturday. I have plans with my BFF. I have to have some. I realized I work entirely too much. I work entirely too much. I am always on the go, 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 go. My family, my friends, they miss me. Since coming back this new year, I've reconnected with quite a few friends, especially political friends, because I have a few initiatives that I need to get pushed through. Many of you guys don't know, if you guys were attending yesterday's live, I'm actually going to be meeting with an attorney in Tennessee to talk about the centralized database and what I perceive as being some key issues that need to be resolved in our child welfare system. So, I'm not sitting here on my hands seeing all these things and atrocities going on without really trying my best to do something about it, to make positive changes, meaningful changes, things that will really do good moving forward in this country, not just here in Florida, not just in Tennessee. Literally, this is going to be, I'm trying, and it's going to be hard, but you guys know that I'm pushing and pushing and pushing. So the form letter will be coming. I got to meet with my representatives because, again, I know this stuff is taking a little bit of time, but it's because I haven't been put here. I got to be here to meet with my representatives to push that through. We're going to be covering a lot of cases because, again, we've been so focused on Idaho 4. We got some updates on Idaho 4, right? We got some weird phenomenons going on, and I'm almost curious whether I should be going back. Like, I feel like I need to be in front of Ann Taylor's office protesting what she did to Xana's family, primarily her mother. Okay, her mom's obviously addicted to substances. She doesn't look very healthy, but Ann Taylor was her attorney, and Ann Taylor decided that her case wasn't going to give her as much notoriety as, say, Brian Kohberger. So she basically fired Kara Kernodle and took up Brian Kohberger's case. I've got a problem with that. People are talking about conflict of interest. Now, conflict of interest could exist, but it may not. She may be very lawful in doing this, depending on how far into Kara's case she was, what kind of conversation she had, whether it gives her an unfair advantage for Brian Kohberger's defense. There are some things that could, make this actually a problem. But there are some things that it's just in poor taste, right? So we don't know the facts, and at least for me, I hear News Nation, I hear all these talking heads that seem a little more probably in line or in tune, but I'm sorry, they could be wrong. There is this perceived conflict of interest, but really isn't. I I'm not going to put my name on saying it is truly a conflict of interest, according to the law. Each state has different laws, but we're going to back up just a little bit. I want to say good morning to everybody. We're getting people in the chat. Guys, don't forget to thumb this chat up. We always strive when we are here to get at least 1,000 likes on these videos. It's the secret sauce that kind of pushes these videos out. And we've been lacking. I've been working, but we've been lacking on the like. So like this up, because literally 90% of the cases we're covering, I can tell you, I physically have been out to the case. Like, physically have been there. There's not too many creators that can say that. Even my counterparts that I work with, some of them, like even the Madalena Kojakari, none of my counterparts were out there with me. That was a story that I ran because I felt bad that this 11-year-old was missing and nobody's paying attention to her. And parents are in jail. So, there's a lot of updates coming out today. But anyways, let me just back up and say hi. Mike Stevens, nice to see you with the bullhorn, followed by Melissa, 509, Texaholic. It's nice to see you here. Patricia Miller, Patty Gallagher, nice to see you. Princess Megan Elsa. We have Emma, good morning. A Stoner's Thoughts, nice to see you. Who else do we have? Sheila, Rick, you're up awfully early this morning. Pete Peony, nice to see you. MJ, Candy Apple. Who else do we have? We have Michelle, Brown Bear, Donna, Mary, Colleen Howard. It's nice to see you, love. Robin, Monica, Southern Granny Wolf, MJ. I feel bad because Granny T's been in here for quite a while, and I blocked her yesterday. I was hot under the collar. Because not a subscriber of mine, somebody that didn't even really like me in my chat, after accusing a friend of some serious allegations with not one stitch of receipts. And then to come in here because they think I'm having a problem with them, which I clearly have made it very, very abundantly clear, that Dolly and I are very much friends, and we still respect one another. We have a differing of viewpoints and opinions on the Summer Wells case. If that's what ruins friendships, then maybe I don't need to have friends. But friends for me are not fair weather. That means you can have a disagreement to some extent. I mean, once you have done something really horrible to me, yeah, I don't want nothing to do with you. But I mean, to have a disagreement about our viewpoints on a case is definitely not something I would lose any type of friendship, a real friendship over. But see, these are the snaky, sneaky, slimy crap that they try to do. They're like, oh, there's a problem there. Oh, let's get her on our side. No, Andra, AKA Bullhorn Betty, has this thing called integrity. That means when I think you're a POS, you're going to be a POS whether I'm having a problem with somebody or I'm not, period. Pen 1010, nice to see you. Maria, nice to see you. ZA. Who else? Mama Bear, 1, 2, 3, boom. Rebecca, nice to see you. ALW. And ICU's in the house. Nice to see you. Do you ever sleep? You're probably like me. We go to bed a little early, take a few hour power nap, and we're off to the races again. Miranda, Elizabeth, it's nice to see you. Zelda. Who else do we have that's up this early? I just want to tell you, you guys are nuts. Like, nobody should be up as early as me. You guys are cray. You guys are cray in the cranium. What do we got? Lady 7 up, Jesse. I think I already said hi to you, Mike Stevens, but just in case I didn't. Hey. Grunge Truck. She did that for her career. Exactly. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I find that completely distasteful. I really do. Mama Blanca, nice to see you. Did I miss anybody? Jade. Just Samantha, nice to see you in here. Tammy T, if I didn't see you. Sharon Perez. Louise, Monica. Trying to make sure I got everybody. If I didn't get you, Vape King, nice to see you. Deb, if I didn't see you, that means you need to be you need to be quicker at the draw. No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. Donna, nice to see you from Australia. Nani, nice to see you. Tamaric, hopefully I said that name. Jennifer. So it's nice to see you guys all in here. We already have almost 250 people in here. So don't forget to thumbs this up. I had an opportunity to, we were watching the trial yesterday, ran it all day, very exhausting day, 10 hours, because outside of a lunch and me leaving to try to make the school board meeting, which again, I was pushed back for an hour, and I'm like, yeah, at this point, I still haven't reviewed that school board workshop. So I'm going to have to do that sometime in the next day or two so I can be knowledgeable of everything that's going on. Angela or Angel, nice to see you. Sweetie Pie, nice to see you. Tenzi, nice to see you. So anyways, I was going through a lot of stuff today. I was looking at that interview, the initial interview they gave Alex Mudaugh. I was realizing that, we've got some breaking news coming out as well. Like Adam Montgomery is officially indicted on second-degree murder charges for Harmony Montgomery. Many of you guys know the Harmony Montgomery case. She's a little girl that went missing for 2 years. Everybody failed this little girl, from the judges to social workers to the system to everything. Every single person in her life failed her to the point of her demise. But none other than her father doing some really horrific stuff. We're not going to go into the graphic nature of her injuries, but they were extensive from what we know. They haven't even, I don't even think they've alleged what all happened other than her being abused by her father. And, but he's finally indicted. We know that she was deemed months ago as being deceased. They did a search warrant of their prior residence. We heard some of the stuff they took. They took all the door handles. They took all the faucets, all the faucet makeups. They cut out parts of the floor. They cut out parts of the drywall. They took a refrigerator, and then but before all that happened, when we heard of this case, they did an internal review of her case. Thank you, Mama Bear. Thanks for everything you do. You're an amazing lady. Oh, thank you. God bless you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. God bless you. But they did this internal review, and when I read it, it really made me sick. And really that report was what made me realize the need for this centralized database. It really was the Harmony Montgomery case, and finally getting that internal interview, our internal investigative report that they did, identifying the failures of this. And one of the things was the failure to communicate from state to state. And that to me seemed to be, thank you, Jessica, or Jessa, sorry, Jessa Love. Oh, I just got something. Melissa, thank you so much. Perfect. I will get, Melissa, send me an email at bullhornbetty@gmail.com, and I will, because I am considering, well, I'm going to go. I've made the decision that this law firm is trying to do good, and they've invited me. I'm going to go. So I'm going to probably be heading to Nashville in a couple weeks. But, I was sitting here thinking about this whole situation. Well, let me just get back to Harmony Montgomery. So the Harmony Montgomery case, really, although I never went out there, I was actually considering going to New Hampshire to search for her, because I had a lot of information about where Adam and Kayla Montgomery were living in their cars, the areas that they were frequenting. And there was a lot of wooded area, something that nobody would really see them go into, or, hide evidence or something like that. So I was actually going to go and do some searching. And this was one, when I was pretty new on YouTube, and a little, it was a little terrifying being out on my own and going to cases on my own. So unless I took a team, I would not go. Now that's much different. I kind of been, grown into my own. I'm a one-man show. I really don't need, I enjoy working and collaborating with people. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to say is I really don't have the fear of being alone out in the field as I once did. I've got a lot of training now, as far as rolling cameras and just stuff that will help protect me and things of that nature. So I kind of wish I would have went out there to help in that case, but I didn't. But the internal report was really damaging to the system, in my opinion. But we knew that she was dead. Kayla was not cooperating. They had rearrested her in this particular matter, and I guess she started spilling the beans on Adam Montgomery. That's kind of what I'm figuring out. Like, there's got to be some type of agreement or something where maybe she's not going to have as stiff of penalties as he is, or something. But at the end of the day, they did get the search warrant. They did recover some stuff. And shortly after that search warrant was executed, we found out that they believe Harmony Montgomery is deceased. So that was a blow. We kind of all knew it in the back of our minds, but, we all try to, hold out hope for some nice to see you, Moonlight. Nice to see you, 357. But we always try to hold out hope that something good, that something will come that's positive of this. And the only thing I can think that is positive, Brandy, I'm unsure if Kayla's still in jail. I have to think she is. I think that when the U.S. Marshals have to go kick in a door to arrest you, that I'm pretty sure that you're a flight risk at that point, and you're stuck. I'll check into it, but I have to think that, we have to recall that she was picked up by the U.S. Marshals. I mean, that's significant. Like, it wasn't the local police. It wasn't it was the U.S. Marshals. Like, that's damn. Right. So, just about to go to sleep. Dumpling, you're up way, way, way too. You stay up way too late. You're part of the night owl crew. I'm part of the early bird crew. Sleep well, love. Sleep well. But anyways, it was just it breaks my heart. And not only that, but we had several cases right at the same time. Remember, like, it was just crazy because we had Summer Wells, then Michael Monkey Vaughn, then Serenity McKinney, then Harmony Montgomery. We had Oakley Carlson thrown in the mix. We had Cody Bigsby thrown in the mix. All this stuff was happening like within like a 1 year time frame. It was literally insane. And these parents are in most cases the culprit of such cruelty to a young child, a precious little kid. And so we had found Serenity, and that broke my heart when Serenity McKinney was discovered. We know her fate, and we were still hoping. We had Summer Wells on one side of her and Harmony Montgomery on the other side of her. And I was hopeful, now that we had Serenity, that eventually, the other two would be found. And they haven't. Oakley still hasn't been found. Cody still has not been found. These are babies. Oh, thank you, Joan, for the super sticker. I appreciate it. God bless you. God bless you. So, what gives? So I really do believe, and all of these have similar circumstances. They were missing for a while. They should have had Department of Children and Family Services involved way before this. I am so sick of telling my audience to call. If they see something, say something, and call, the Department of Children and Family Services or the alphabet soup of child welfare in your state. But at this point, if you see a crime to a child, screw them. Call the police. Call the police, because clearly we're not getting the services that we need from the alphabet soup of the Department of Children and Family Services. And quite frankly, they are not an enforcement body. And I'm sick of acting like they are. I don't know who the hell thinks they have. No, if there is a crime committed, and I think Don Wells said it best, believe it or not, bear with me with this. I know I'm choking myself, but he even admitted, Why can't I talk to my boys? There's no charges against me for child abuse. There should be. Why aren't there? Why aren't there? Why in all these cases, even the murder cases, why are they being charged with murder? What about the cruelty? What about the endangerment? What about the child abuse, the child neglect? Why are these charges not coming forward? I'm getting really frustrated. How in the world can you justify removing children from a home, citing negligence, which is a crime, citing endangerment, which is a crime, citing abuse, which is a crime, yet no one is arrested or held accountable for those crimes? Removing of a child does not absolve you from your criminal conduct. So where are the charges? I demand across this country, if you have enough to remove a child from a home, you better be charging those parents with the crimes that they have committed to have those children removed from their home. Emma says, Xana's mom refused rehab that public attorney arranged for her. She has a warrant out for her arrest. The main media are using her when they should be helping. Oh, I agree 100%. First of all, I am not an Ashley Banfield fan. I'm not. Ashley Banfield, call me right now and say, hey, we need you on our news. Can you give me an interview? No, I will not. I will not. I will, if it's Ashley, I will absolutely refuse any to speak with her at all. I do not like that lady. I have no respect for that lady. None. The only person from News Nation I would ever consider interviewing with would be Brian Enton. He's the only person that I know. He's the only person I trust. I would never talk to the Como guy. I would never talk to Banfield. Nothing. Call me? No. I don't need that kind of attention to myself. But you know what? Even Ashley had an opportunity. Instead of her exploiting that lady, she could have. I mean, that lady looked like she's on her deathbed. Xana's mom. Banfield is always weeks behind true crime. Yes. And what does Turquoise say? He don't like you? Well, that's kind of funny. For somebody that doesn't like me, he sure has my cell phone number and I have his. Nobody else can say that in here. I don't think anybody else can say that on YouTube unless they're a big channel. I'm not even a big channel. I just grew up with him, right? We were out in front of the Gabby Petito thing. I like him. I respect him. Every time I see him, he says hi. We sit and chit chat whenever we have an opportunity. So unless you know him personally, I would say that you don't have the receipts to back up your statement there, Turquoise. Just saying. Just saying. I agree that wasn't right about Ashley Banfield. Hold on, let me get all this stuff. Then she made an apology yesterday. Well, you saw her in her condition. First of all, this is not the first interview Ashley had with Kara. Why Kara keeps going on that lady's thing, I have no earthly idea. I don't trust her. I don't like her. But she already talked to her the first time when her daughter, listen, like she's asking her all these questions. Like, what car did your daughter drive? What room was she in? Like, the lady knew nothing. Okay. If that didn't tell you that Kara had no contact with Xana, she may call her on Christmas like a poor puppy, I miss my daughter, but I can't get off the drugs to be in her life. So I'll call her and tell her Merry Christmas. That was the type of relationship it appears that Xana had with her mother. So why in the world does Ashley keep bringing this lady up on her panel, asking her about her daughter? Get a clue, Ashley. She doesn't know. The lady's not in the girl's life before her death. And if she had drug problems before, believe me when I say her drug problems just probably elevated 10,000% because she just lost her daughter and she's a piece of garbage mother. Right? I'm saying that in all due respect. I really am. But you're adding insult to injury. Like, this lady is already grieving. She knows what she's done. She knows she was never in her daughter's life, and she lost her daughter. She is grieving over that. She is beating herself up because she knows. And so that it's going to elevate that drug abuse and that alcohol abuse. It's going to put it on steroids. And it looks like it has. From the interview that Banfield gave her just a few months ago to the interview she just gave her, she looks like she's living out of her car. She looks like she's on her deathbed. And she's asking her more questions about her daughter that she can't answer, which is only exacerbating the issue. You know, it's only exacerbating the issue. So, like, instead of talking to her about her daughter, maybe say something like, do you want help? Do you want to live? Because if you do, let us help you. If your state attorney, your defendant, your defense won't help you. Because I heard that the lady was supposed to get her in rehab. I didn't hear that she was that she was offered rehab and refused. That's my misunderstanding, if that in fact has happened. But you know, I'm not trying to be rude to a mother. Oh, thank you for the super sticker, Moonlight. Appreciate it. God bless you. I wasn't saying, you know, piece of shit mom. That's how she's feeling about herself. It's not my opinion. It's how she's feeling about herself. And it is prevalent. You know, when she's talking, you can tell it's got to be beating up on that woman, not to even know what her daughter drove, not to even know what room she stayed in. Did she even know she was going to that college? You know, this is sad reality. Nice to see you, Cool Gamer. What about the V and protest? Turquoise, are you here just to stir up? You know what? I don't have time for you. I don't know who you are, where you're coming from, but obviously this is not the chat for you. So good day. So I mean, I'm not wrong for getting Turquoise out of here, am I? Like that person seemed like they got a bone to pick. Like, you know, I don't have time for it. Like it's just 7 o'clock in the morning. You want to be nasty? Go be nasty to somebody else. I don't need the negativity. There's enough negativity in my life. Believe that. One less is fine. So BHB, Kara has a drug abuse disorder and it will get harder to get clean. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm trying to explain is I understand that aspect of it. And she's beating herself up. Trust me. I know people that have lost children. One of my friends, I'll tell you this story. I'm not going to use, well, maybe I'll use names. I won't use names. I won't use names. So I had a friend that I've known for years. I actually saw her when her kids were young, you know, 5 and 6 years old. And of course she's in the biker scene. You know, she was a bartender around here. She was kind of a no nonsense type of person. You know, her and I had butted heads a couple times and, you know, we kind of both are no nonsense kind of people, but either way, you know, we've maintained our friendship throughout the years. Well, her children grew up and, you know, I don't want to blame her lifestyle decisions as to why her children both gravitated toward the drugs. But if I wanted to be honest, it was her lifestyle. It was the people she hung out with. It was everything that rubbed off on her children, period. And her daughter was on some really serious narcotics age. She was doing really well. She was finally getting clean. Her mom was really supporting her. My friend, the bartender, was really supporting her. And she had one relapse while her mom was at work bartending. And that's all it took. She had one clean left in her, but not one recovery. She ended up expiring on her mom's bathroom floor. It was her mother's mini-me. My friend survived that death for only about a year before. I don't know if she took a bunch of pills or if she decided to, you know, just she unalived herself somehow, you know, with the use of narcotics herself. And it was because she felt responsible for her daughter. She felt responsible for her son. A whole family wiped out because even the kid's father died years previously. And it was very hard. So now the son is the only remaining person of their immediate family, and he's not doing well. He's not doing well at all. And this is the impact that drugs have on a family. And when you lose a child that you feel like you didn't do everything right, it wears on you to the point that you just go to substances and you keep trying to numb that pain. You keep trying to fill that hole, but nothing will ever fill that hole. You have to learn to forgive yourself. And that's kind of where I feel that Kara Kernodle is. She needs to find a way. If she's going to survive, she's going to have to find a way to forgive herself. Because right now she blames herself for an awful lot. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Nani. But I find it very insulting that this this attorney representing one of the victims' moms, you know, knowing that this is the situation, and they could have easily explained this situation to the court and got leniency for her, but it wasn't a big enough case for Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor is excited. I mean, let's be honest. She's excited to represent Bryan Kohberger because this is a national and worldwide news story. Kara, not so much. Bryan Kohberger, he's her ace in the hole, right? For fame, notoriety, she's worked her whole life for this moment right here. And she ended up cutting one client off to represent another. And people are saying, does that pose a conflict of interest? Depending on where she was in Kara's case, yes, it could. It could very much. And I'm surprised that's not being looked into more. And I really do believe that the judge needs to rule on something as to whether she can represent Bryan Kohberger. Did she get an unfair or undue advantage by representing Kara? If she did not, there may not be any conflict of interest, but the optics of it may not look very good. So what is a conflict of interest? What's the legal definition? Let me just look it up because I want to give you guys, I didn't think I was going to do this with the legal definition, but you know, we need to understand what it is. So a conflict of interest refers to ethical problems that may arise between parties with pre-existing relationships. So this could very well be that. So for an example, an attorney and a client. An attorney is representing a new client in an employment dispute with their employer, but the attorney also represents that employer. And here's why I can say honestly that this may not pose a conflict of interest, because even in large law firms, you have one person, one attorney that's representing one client in that law firm, and another person representing another client in that law firm, and they are, but they have to have somebody in the middle. They cannot communicate. The parties have to be separated. You know, the teams have to be separated with no communication. There are ways around that hurdle, even with having two clients that are suing each other in the same law firm. It is possible. There are certain things that need to be put in place to make sure it does not provide a conflict of interest. Simply having two clients in the same law firm does not pose the conflict of interest. So we have to find out, you know, what had transpired in Kara Kernodle's case that can pose the conflict of interest in the Bryan Kohberger case. Did Kara, when she was talking to her attorney at the time, Ann Taylor, did she tell her some information that she learned from law enforcement? Now that could pose a conflict of interest. So you see how that works? A lot of people are just blanketly calling this a conflict of interest. And I'm, you know, knowing the law, am stepping back. And see, even Banfield knows the law. You know, she's been around the block enough that she knows and should have educated her audience on whether this is a conflict of interest. It's easy to say it's a conflict of interest, but you have to show the receipts of the conflict of interest for it to be, in fact, a conflict of interest. Now, I can definitely say 100% the optics of this look terrible. It looks terrible for Ann Taylor. It looks terrible for the public defender's office. the optics of this look horrible. But the legal standing of the conflict of interest, on the other hand, may not have as much meat to the bone as people would like you to believe. But I still am, in my heart, feel like it's enough that I want to go there, and I want Ann Taylor off Brian Kohberger's case. I really do. I don't think she should be there. I think that she should have done the right thing from the beginning. She was already the attorney for Kara Kernodle. She should have recused herself when she was also asked to be the attorney on Brian Kohberger's case. She should have recused herself from Brian Kohberger's case, not Kara Kernodle. And so I have a huge problem with it. And I'm just trying to decide, how much dust do I want to kick up over this? Because, I in all honesty, I have the ability to go back to Idaho if I so chose. And I have the ability to be a one-man show with signs and bullhorns and everything else out in front of Ann Taylor's office. I almost want to raise a stink about this. But raising a stink about this online and raising a stink about this in person are two totally different stinks that I can raise, right? So I'm trying to decide in my brain whether or not I should go back out there. I definitely want to be back out there during his trial in June, the end of June into July area. I'd really like to be back there for that. But, I really, this whole thing with Xana Kernodle's mom is really kind of getting under my skin, because I'm thinking, how horrible. Like, you lost your, like, she already has her own problems. She's already not involved in her daughter's life. She lost her daughter under horrible, horrible circumstances. It's really made her addictions and everything like that just really just explode, right? She's not looking good. And you got this attorney that she's trusting. How does she even trust the system at this point? How does this lady, Kara Kernodle, even trust the system anymore? She feels failed, I'm sure. And probably not helping her with her issues. I lost my son 8 years ago. I turned to drugs to numb the pain. I can say I'm 4 years sober. I'm grieving in a healthy way, but the pain will always be there. I've never had that kind of loss. I can tell you that. I know that there's many beautiful ladies and wonderful men that are in my chat that continuously come here that have had your experience, and it's very devastating. I'm glad you're finding new ways. I am also a recovering addict myself. I got recovery in 2007. I had a relapse in 2008. And I swore I never wanted that lifestyle again. And I haven't been perfect, but I've been sober. You know what I'm saying? I've been off the drugs. I still occasionally will drink here and there. Sometimes it's, I have to be very careful because, I don't go to the bars anymore. I don't do that because I know that if I drink a little too much, something's there. I could eventually relapse. I understand that. That's why I don't go there. Occasionally I get frustrated too, or I, have a celebration where I have a glass of wine or two. But as far as the drugs, no, I'm done. I guess it's probably bad for me to say I'm done. You always have to be careful. You always got to remember where you came from, because that's what keeps you sober for the years to come. But for the most part, I haven't had the need, the want, or anything. I've been, some of my lowest points since 2008, and never relapsed. The relapse that I had in 2008, it was for an evening, but it scared the crap out of me. And I was thinking, I never want to go back to where I came from. Like, literally in 6 months, I went from the top of the world down to the freaking Skid Row. 6 months. That was enough. That was enough for me to say, this is not my cup of tea. A lot of people are in their addictions for years and stuff like that. Mine was a little different. I call it an addiction. Some people may have called it a problem because it wasn't extensive. When people hear that I had an issue for 6 months, they've been having issues for 15 years. It's a little different. So I don't know. I don't want to say anything, that's going to rub anybody, the wrong way. But I do understand it. That's all I'm trying to say. I have experience in that lifestyle. I don't want to, but it's an experience that I will never forget, and it's molded me to do the things that I do today. So, but for the grace of God, there go I. Bullhorn, she's representing Maddie's dad and stepmom too. Representing them how? She's a public defender. They don't have any crimes against them. So how is she? Maybe I'm confused. I'm assuming you're talking about Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor's a public defender, so her path will cross with families. There's a gag order, so nothing can be disclosed until the case is in court. Maybe that's why they're doing a lot of the stuff that they're doing behind the scenes, is because they have this perceived conflict of interest. Maybe they didn't want to be brought to light, but it is. And they're going to have to, they need to say something. They need to come to the public and explain themselves, in my opinion. We don't want Brian Kohberger having an appeal. Once this is done, we want to make sure that he has the best representation that he can possibly have. And when he's convicted, we don't have to worry about a whole appeal process, ineffectiveness of counsel, conflict of interest, unknown conflict of interest. We don't want these types of appeals coming down the pike once this case is resolved. And so I really think it would behoove, because at this point, the appearance of impropriety is definitely there, and we don't want that there. So I think it's time for Ann Taylor to take a step back. This is not her case. She needs to move another attorney that has no contact with any family and has not represented any family to take care of this case on her behalf or on the public defender's behalf. I'm not sure why she's representing this case at the detriment of Kara Kernodle. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry for your heartbreaking loss, but I don't blame your choices. I could not imagine. I would want to feel numb too. Your son would be very proud of you. Oh, that's so sweet. Yes, I believe that too. She's Maddie's dad and stepmom's DA too. I see that, but I don't understand how, because they don't have any legal issues. They don't have any crimes against them, to the best of my knowledge, unless it's her real dad. Maddie's real dad looks like he's, kind of in the same boat as Xana's mom. Quite frankly, every time I saw him, I saw pictures of him whenever Maddie was younger, and he was a much heavier, looked like a trucker, big trucker guy, an 18-wheeler guy, right? And then you see him up there talking, and he's like half the man he was in those photos with his daughter. There wasn't a lot of photos of him with his daughter, except when she was really young. And that's just sad. A lot of, we look at these people and we think that they have this great life, and for the most part they do. But then you've got to look behind the curtain and you realize there's a lot of pain. There really is. I mean, Ethan Chapin's family seemed to be a very tight-knit family. And Kaylee Gonzalez, her family seemed to be a very tight-knit family, from the outside looking in, and just, me meeting with the Gonzalez, I know how tight they were. They're still married. Same with Ethan's family. However, Maddie's family was broken, and it appeared that at least one parent had a drug problem. Xana's family appeared to be broken, and at least one parent had a drug problem. So we've got these things of pain, that maybe that's the reason why they gravitated to Ethan, and why Maddie gravitated to Kaylee, is because, that they had the family that maybe each one of them wanted to have. They had that stability, that, the family unit, the unbroken family unit. So I don't know. We're assuming that she took the job for Brian. She may have been assigned. She was assigned by the judge. I heard him ask her to step up, but at that point she should have said, "I'm already representing one of the victim's family members. This may pose a conflict of interest." She didn't say that at all. You know what she did? Okay. She was already filing motions on his behalf. She should have known. She should have acknowledged it. And it seems like to me that her letter didn't come right away to Kara. It was like weeks or months later that she finally sent a letter to her advising her she can no longer represent her. Oh, thank you, Jennifer. God bless you. Natty's dad and stepmom's DA2. Yeah, I did see that. I don't know the reason for that. Let's see what we got here. Ann Taylor represent Maddie mom and dad on drug charges. Is this recent? Wow. I'll have to look at that. See, that's to me a problem. That's to me a problem. Hold on a second. Ouch. A little ouch. Something back there. Ouch. Latah County, or is it? So they'd have to be Latah County court records. Court. The only thing I hate about this search is you can't just do like Coburg or Kernodle or Mogan and it just pop up. You have to actually have the name. So let me see, Mogan. What is, let me just find out, Maddie's. Ben Mogan. I only see a 2013 case and judicial officer, active attorneys, Ben Mogan. It's for a bureau collection, so I'm not seeing it. Does anybody have the link or copies of the paperwork for that they can send me to bullhornbetty@gmail.com? I think it's complicated since a few lawyers are qualified to handle death penalty cases. Yeah, but it doesn't matter whether they're qualified. See, here in Florida, if we had something like this arise, they would use outside counsel. There is, like with our bar, attorneys are required, if you're called for this type of duty, to take it. Now they're required to be paid. Now they're not required to be paid their normal fee, but they are required to do this. And so sometimes they actually have to go out to local counsel as opposed to the public defender's office. I've watched it happen. There was one lucky SOB that was here in Manatee County that got Mark Lipinski. Like, you're not getting any better representation than Mark Lipinski. He's now deceased, but in our county, you didn't get much representation other than Mark Lipinski. He was and for you to get that on the state's dime, like, that's good stuff. And some people were fortunate enough to get him. Some people were fortunate enough to get other attorneys, other private attorneys. So there could be some things, but I can't find, unless there's something else I'm missing here, but I can't find where he was being represented by her. I only find in the Latah County area a collection, whatever, for him. Maddie's stepdad raised her. Yeah, the stepdad, they were on drugs too. Maddie's dad spent a long time bonding over music, going to concerts. She raised by her mom and stepdad, but she did have a relationship with her father her whole life. That is true. Yeah, she went over there every holiday, according to Ben. I know I heard the story because Olivia and I were at the celebration of life for both Maddie and Kaylee. And Ben did sit up and speak. He didn't have a whole lot to speak. He's a very soft-spoken man, but his hands were shaking. He's got he has visible signs of, if not active drug use, definitely past drug use, heavy past drug use. But I can't imagine that this has been very easy on anybody involved, and maybe even some of the people that weren't drinking before, probably drinking a little more than they were before. But it's just a sad situation. Not taking up for, let's see what Lisa has to say. Good morning, Lisa, by the way. She says, not taking up for PD, but Xana's mom is hiding out, doesn't have a home. She's probably didn't get the letter. She said friends read it, told her, but still hasn't called Ann Taylor. I get it. Yeah, I agree. There's something not right here. And we know that she does have a warrant out for arrest. She's a flight risk. She didn't go to court like she was supposed to. She's clearly on an extensive amount of substances that she probably needs to be forced off of. But you know, nobody's going to help. Nobody's going to help you unless you're willing to help yourself. And if she's not getting the care she needs to get in Idaho, maybe she needs to go over to Washington State or another state that has better facilities that can get her in for help. But you know, for in all fairness, for Kara's mom to think it's the responsibility of everybody else to try to get her clean, it's not. She's got to want to get clean first, because nothing we do is going to help her until she's ready to help herself. I can tell you that. And that's coming from a place of love. But anybody that's walked in my shoes or has any type, they know that that's true. I can tell you that I didn't do JLR community reports, Betty. What? I mean, did JLR post something? Let's see what we got here. Okay, let's just watch what we got. He does post something. I don't know if it'll play, guys. I don't know if you guys will hear it. Let me pop this down. I hate this stupid computer anymore. Not the computer, it's the stupid system. So let me stop sharing this screen so I can share this screen. It's irritating. That's all. That's all I gotta say. It's irritating. Oh, I don't want to. If you guys want to go over there and play it, I just realized he dropped it 27 minutes ago. I'm not going to play it on my channel. I'm not going to play it on my channel when it's just dropped. That's not fair to him. So, yeah, if you guys want to go over there, he just dropped Xana's mom power of attorney, Brian Koberg case, Idaho 4. You know, he's, I guess, going over there. But if you look at that lady's face, like, she is not doing well. Kara Kernodle is. If she doesn't get help, she's going to be dead, period. She'll be dead. It's not a conflict of interest. There's not the victim of it. Mel, that doesn't matter. The conflict of interest doesn't arise between victim and perpetrator. The conflict of interest arrives, and here's the legal definition. Let me read that to you again in case you missed it. An ethical problem that arises between parties with pre-existing relationships. For example, an attorney and a client. An attorney is representing a new client in an employment dispute with their employer. The other is the representing the employer. That poses a conflict of interest. Okay, so she is still the victim's mom. He is still the perpetrator of the crime. So it could have that. I mean, for the example of employer, they're arm's length away from each other. But it doesn't mean that there's no conflict of interest that transpired. For example, if Xana's mom was privy to some information that law enforcement told her, and she relayed that information over to Ann Taylor, and Ann Taylor is now representing the murderer, and it can use that information that she acquired from the representation of Xana, you bet your butt that can be a conflict of interest. Absolutely. So if she had represented any of the four at the time, then that's incorrect. That's absolutely incorrect. So there could be a conflict of interest in this case, and there could not be a conflict of interest in this case. And that's what I was explaining earlier when we first started this live, that I'm not willing to put my name on the fact that this is a conflict of interest for a variety of reasons. We need to find out what all transpired with her representation of Xana's mom first. Then we have to figure out whether it created or posed a conflict of interest for her to even be the attorney on Koberger's case. Right now, the information is very skewed for anybody to make the determination of whether it's a conflict of interest or not, because there's lacking major details in the information to create that conflict. But this blanket that because it's just a parent and not a victim, that is absolutely incorrect. It does not matter whether it's the parent of these kids or the children themselves that create the conflict of interest. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. Because I could definitely argue that there is a conflict of interest here had Xana's mom, Kara, informed Ann Taylor of anything related to her daughter's case. That would create the conflict of interest. Coffin Doffer looked up the list, and there's plenty of replacements, apparently. Yes. Good morning, Betty in chat. My personal opinion is that Ann Taylor needs to recuse herself. States have been known to hire and bring in other lawyers. Absolutely, I agree. I agree. At this point, now that all this stuff this is clouding the defense, this is clouding the case, and she needs to be removed because of that cloud. And at this point, whether there's a conflict of interest or not, there's definitely the appearance of impropriety. And we want to keep that appearance of impropriety out of this case. And it is now in this case. So she's going to have to figure something out. But that's the reason why I want to make sure that we kind of get her over the fence. And I'm thinking that me out there with a bullhorn in front of her office, might be what takes her over that fence, because she needs to be off this case, in my opinion. I don't think she should be representing. I just think it's in poor taste. And talk about something heartless. Like, how in the heck do you do that to a family suffering? Like, because she didn't care. She cares about her reputation. She cares because she's going to be in the spotlight. This is what this woman cares about. I'm sorry. Sorry, Charlie. You should have done it the right way. You chose to do it the wrong way. You need to be off this case. You do not need the notoriety. I already don't like her ability to represent, because this was poor. She should have told the judge that she was already representing one of the victim's family members. She failed to tell the judge that. Benjamin, April 2022, September 2022, and then Corey Garrett, 2022. Okay, I'm in I-Court. Over here. Smart search. Okay, we're going to do this again. G-A-R-R-R-I-C-K. Give me just a minute to stop. There's no cases matching in Latah County, Emma. There's nothing here in Latah County. She's a Latah County public defender. So there, at least to the best of the court records I'm seeing, unless you can find the court records, I can't find them. I'm hoping that somebody's not out there, making stuff up, which is not uncommon this day and age. JLR had mentioned the death penalty on the Idaho 4, where 2 of them stand so far. Kara Kernodle, no death penalty. Gonzalez, death penalty, and the other 2 members, not sure. I'm not sure either, but I'd have to, if Kara Kernodle is for no death penalty, that's on her. But I'm sorry, anybody that kills my child, I want you hung by your toes. I'm sorry. I got no pity for you. I've got no sympathy for you. Yeah, no, you take a life, you give a life. That's you pay the piper. That's how we roll. This is the United States of America. You take a life, you give a life, and the life you give is yours. So I hope it's worth it. BH maybe get with JLR. He had all Jeff and Kara's divorce decree. Evidently, child welfare was involved. That has been 15 or 17 years ago. And a case from 15 to 17 years ago, I can't imagine that it would pose a conflict of interest just because they're a representative of their, like I explained, there needs to be the conflict at this time. They had no contact with Kohberger, 15 to 17 years ago. And why she may have been their public defender at that time, that wouldn't pose the conflict. The one that's posing the conflict right now would be the one with Kara and Brian Koberger, the recent ones here in 2022. But somebody had said, here it is, Emma's right up on the thing, said April 2022, September 2022, and Corey was in 2022. Those could potentially pose a conflict of interest, seeing the timing. For example, the September 2022 could be one that has some meat to the bones on a conflict of interest. The April 2022, maybe not so much. And depending when his was in 22 might. So, I mean, that September 2022, yeah, that would be concerning for me if Ann Taylor also represented Benjamin in September 2022, because we know, actually that wouldn't even be a conflict because they didn't get murdered until November, unless his case is still active and open. And if he had contact from her after the date of death of the girls, and depending on what he told her, that could pose a conflict of interest, yes. So it just really depends. This conflict of interest is a legally defined term, so it has a pronged test associated with it to confirm that it is. It's not just because I say it's a conflict of interest or Ashley Banfield says it's a perceived conflict of interest. There is a test that is conducted to make sure that it is not a conflict of interest. And I'm curious about that test, if they were able to meet all the prongs associated with that test to say, yes, it is a conflict of interest. And if so, she needs to recuse herself. It's as clear as day. But if there is no conflict of interest, so for example, she just was the attorney of record for Kara's case. There was no conversation, no communication, no real thing outside of maybe a couple pieces of paper sent to her. It may not be a conflict of interest to the legal standard of conflict of interest. So that's what I just want to clarify, that there are legal standards when saying stuff like conflict of interest. It has to rise to the level of those standards to actually be the conflict of interest. So I don't want to confuse you guys too much. I understand this stuff. I'm hoping I'm explaining it well so you guys can understand it, but there are, this could or could not be. So I'm just not prepared to say one way or another. I'm going to just take a small little break. I got to use the little girl's room, and we'll be right back. So just bear with me. Listen to the music. It's going to be 2 minutes. I'm pretty sure I'll be back before it ends, but just stay tuned.
Step 1, wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. Wake up, today's...
All right, so today's going to be a great day. It's Saturday. Many of us are off work. We don't have to work today. Who knew? Who knew? So let me get back over here. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. I saw that there was a super sticker that came in. Okay, that was Moonlight Magic, and I think I said thank you for that already. So thank you. God bless you for that. Let me just keep going down. Emma, let's see. Corey Hat Rock. Sorry, the typo. Okay, let me try that. Hadroc. Corey. Okay, there is a 2022 unlawful detainer eviction. Okay, so we do have some. Okay, we do have a few here for Corey. Okay. Okay, so the stepmom of Maddie. Let's go back to iCourt research results. Okay. Let's go to the criminal. You're right. Inactive attorney, Ann Taylor. This was June 2022. I am uncertain. Like, I almost want to call one of my friends, but I know she's probably, I don't know if she's up this time of morning or not. But that's a little crazy. Just let me text somebody real quick. You know what? Let me mute you guys. I'll be right back. I got to call somebody real quick. I didn't get a hold of who I needed to get a hold of, but yeah, that's definitely a problem for me. I'm not sure, but again, I still don't know if it poses or meets the criteria of conflict of interest. But having several parents being represented at one time for drug charges, and you're representing the murderer of their child, I don't know. I've got a problem with that. I got a big problem with that. So I don't know what we're going to do. But we may want to consider doing something. I'm not sure what, but it you know, I am about injustice, and this just seems to me to be adding insult to injury. Like, how do you trust the public defender's office when they left you high and dry to go represent the murderer of your child? Like, I don't understand how I could mentally process that. You know, that seems to be really, really hard. Good morning, Dodging Bullets. Nice to see you. So let me go down. I know I'm kind of a little behind in some of these. I know some of you guys are asking questions. I can only do some. I'd rather have him sit on death row for a very long time, knowing he's going to be put to death at some point, than to live in the worst, than to live in the worst conditions. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sorry, but you know, when you do stuff like, people are like, oh, you know, like I don't know where our brains go sometimes. I don't know how other people think, but I think for myself. And here's how I feel about this. Like, people are like, well, you know, if we just give them life imprisonment, they'll have to sit there and think about this and that. Yeah. On our dime, they'll have to sit and think about what they did. I'm sorry. Like, they are caged animals. They will never be seen. Just euthanize them, get them out. It's like a rabid dog. You just got to cut the head off the poisonous snake and move on. Give me a second. Okay, I guess I'm the only one that's had my head in the sand. Everybody knows about Maddie Mogan, father and everything but me. Right? Oops. Just came in, but I seen Xana and Maddie's moms. She's represented. Yeah, this is Ann Taylor is a death penalty attorney. She better serve Brian than she would Kara, who's done this several times, but understand the feelings. Yeah, but it doesn't matter about whether she's qualified to represent Brian or not. I'm not saying she's not qualified. She's probably overqualified. She probably has a mess of experience. That doesn't, just because you have qualifications to represent one client opposed to another client, that's not the argument here. The argument is there a conflict of interest here? And how are they mitigating that conflict if there is some that may arise in the future or have already? What are they doing? This idea that they can just have these issues and not address them is a problem for me. It makes me wonder, why are they truly keeping us blocked out of the docket? I'm starting not to feel very comfortable about some of the stuff I'm seeing is all I'm saying, one way or another. So sorry to be off topic, but if anyone's seen what happened in Memphis, Tennessee, to Trey Nichols, and how rogue cops basically beat this man and caused his death, please pray for the family and justice to be served. Yes. And it seemed like, they had a huge protest out there. I don't know if it got violent. I hope it didn't. I really think violent protests or people going to jail and things like that really take away from the victims. So I did see that they shut down roads and stuff like that. I'm not really too concerned with that as long as they're doing it peacefully. And they, law enforcement made sure that cars weren't going to come and run them over and things of that nature. They have the right to be heard, no doubt. But my biggest thing is sometimes these things get carried away and they think, being violent, burning plates, burning things, destroying things, looting and things of that nature is how we protest. That's criminal conduct and needs to be taken as such. But, what I had seen, walking over the bridge and people chanting with signs and things of that nature, in all fairness, seemed to be very peaceful. And I absolutely support that kind of protest. And as anybody, that I am a protester. I have no problem stopping dead in the middle of the street, getting out with my bullhorn and a sign and start, protesting an injustice. So I absolutely support what was being done. I have not looked into this case. I know that people were talking about it, the state attorney's talking about it. I don't believe in violence. I don't believe in violence at all. I don't believe that police should be violent with cooperating people. I have seen with my own eyes where I felt that law enforcement, even in my own county, had gotten a little rough in some certain aspects. But it didn't rise to the level of a death. It was just minor in nature, but still, it even happens in law enforcement where I love the sheriff. I love the sheriff here, but I have seen with my own eyes years ago when I was getting in a lot of trouble. I've seen a lot of things. I saw them lie on police reports. I've seen them take unnecessary restraints because they didn't like a person telling them to go F off. That is still part protected under freedom of speech. I personally have been arrested for nothing for calling a female. Now, this is back in the day. I'm law and order now. I back the blue, but for calling a female cop a C word, right? And I was arrested for that. I didn't stay in jail very long, but that's what I was arrested. I was charged with something else. I can't remember what I was charged with, but that's why she arrested me, because I was free until I called her the C word, and then she wanted to flex her muscle. And I'm sorry, you as a police officer, sometimes you have to take it. You can't just erroneously arrest somebody. And that's what had happened, and why the case was swiftly dropped immediately. And, I was on my way. But again, these types of things happen all over the country. I've seen them with my own eyes, but this whole, why would they, I don't understand why an officer would just beat on somebody. And so it always makes me wonder, what are the extenuating circumstances in which caused that? Because, in the end of the day, there's their side, there's this side, and there's three sides to every story, right? There's this side, and the truth. This side sees it in their perspective. This side sees it in their perspective. And somewhere between both of those perspectives is the truth. So for me to believe that it's hard for me to believe that officers wake up in the morning, put on their clothes, put on their badge and say, I want to see who I can beat the crap out of today. You know, I just don't see that. It just doesn't seem to ring true for me. So it makes me wonder what other circumstances happen to get this result. And I'm not putting blame on the victim. I'm not putting blame on law enforcement. Not at this point. I don't even care what the state attorney says. I don't care. I want to see it, touch it, and feel it with my own eyes. I want to know how we got to the point where apparently I would assume that this person was unarmed, got the crap beat out of him so much so that he died. What are the real allegations? Because here's what I know. I've watched some of these cases unfold. And what we did find out is that a kid was running, was shooting at officers, dropped the gun. They didn't realize he didn't have the gun anymore. And he was standing, and they ended up just unloading their guns on him because, quite frankly, in my mind, if you're stupid enough to point a gun at law enforcement, you're stupid enough to get shot a lot of times. And I'm not going to lose sleep over that, because these men and women put their life in danger each and every day. But again, I don't know the facts of this case, so I can't make a determination one way or the other. I know that there was a boy got killed, a boy was beaten. I don't know what caused that to happen, and I know that there was protest. That's to the extent of my knowledge with this Nichols case. I have no information. I haven't heard the police side. I haven't heard the victim side. I haven't heard any of it. You know, I know that this day and age, body cam footage is worn. I'm interested in finding that. I did see that a few politicians, because you got to remember, even the chief of police is a political office. Okay, the sheriff, it's a political office. They have to be voted into that. So I am always skeptical when I deal with politicians, no matter what side of the aisle they come from. I'm always skeptical because I deal with politicians. And so I've seen a lot of inciting of the base from the politicians as opposed to de-escalating situations. And so I really have a problem with that strategy. And it can be a very dangerous strategy. We already have one person that's already dead, and we could potentially have more because of this inciting of the base, especially for a cause of black and white issues. You know, there's a whole element that thinks just because I'm a white person, I'm a racist. There is an element out there that, and that's just true. I mean, you guys all know, my friends know, you know, I love people. I love and try to help anybody and everybody I can. But there's just that element that believes that. And whether it's true or not, when you incite that base, it could be very lethal for somebody like me. And it's very concerning when politicians start doing that. And that is what I kind of saw a little bit of. Not that their march was wrong in any respect or anything like that. I absolutely believe in peaceful assembly. It's our God-given right, peaceful protest. Absolutely 100% support any efforts in a peaceful type situation. But I would like to know a little more about this case. But I'm not one of those people that have knee-jerk reactions. I'm not going to be out there protesting without all the facts. I need to have facts in order to make sure that I'm right in what I'm doing. I would never want to be out there protesting because I think something happened. I have to know. And that's the way it was. Because if you guys even with Quinton Simon, I got there for 2 weeks, never protest. We were just talking into a camera about the case, about all the facts that we were able to find while we were on the ground there. It wasn't until the injustice was happening, until you know, Chief Hadley had plenty of time to put cuffs on her and refused to do so. And you know, as the weeks were progressing, I was getting a little more frustrated about that, and so started flexing my own muscle until we were having, you know, issues with challenging the police chief and the county commission that put him in place. On one news channel said he was getting fan mail already and had thousands of dollars already on his book. I don't know if this is true or not. That monster can think about what he did in fiery hell. Yeah, I'm curious as to what happened. Y'all, the cost of their appeals and facts, they sit there for years, cost when they are put to death, etc. The long run, it costs more than just to let people sit. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I don't know where you're getting your statistics from. For one inmate to be in prison for 1 year, it costs us almost $100,000 per inmate for 1 year. No, like if they no, some of these people can last for 40 years. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. And depending on their medical conditions, it could rise from there. It really could. I'm not sure, Mel, where you're getting your information from, but I would really strongly look into the numbers and crunching the numbers. But no, that is absolutely incorrect. I'm very well versed on, at least here in Florida, how much it costs. In other states, it's even higher than that. Over in California, it costs anywhere between $250,000 to $300,000 per head in a prison. So you've got to look at the costs, but no, that's absolutely incorrect. I'm not sure, but I mean, I'm happy to look at your numbers, but I wholly disagree with that statement, unfortunately. Taxpayers end up paying much more per person serving time in jail or prison for drug issues versus drug rehabilitation. From my personal observation. Yeah, we need to have more, Nani. I think what it is they're not, these outreach programs are not getting funded the way they need to be. And it is much cheaper to get somebody, but this is the kicker. Like you can have all the drug rehabilitation centers around this country that you want, and you can throw these people into drug rehabilitation centers, but until they're ready to get clean themselves, there's nothing you can really do. We built a wing out at our county sheriff. We built a medical wing for them because the drug and the detox was costing the county so much to go to the hospital and have our inmates checked by doctors at the hospital that it was cheaper for us to build them a medical wing to deal with that. And it's cheaper for us to have a doctor and a nurse out there at that medical wing than it is for us to ship them over to our hospital to have any type of care. So, it's really sad that this is the state that we're in. But at the end of the day, we're having a major drug problem here in this country, and a lot of fentanyl is coming over our borders. And it makes me wonder, how is it getting here first and foremost? We hear about, a lot of these things out there, and I just wonder, who's poisoning these people? It's like they're trying to get the weak out of this country. They're killing them. Because, I mean, think about it. A drug dealer wants what? Clients, right? If you have no clients, you're going to be a broke drug dealer. If you're killing all your clients, you're not going to have any clients. So, I mean, something's got to give. And I can't imagine that they got to be making a whole heck of a lot of money when all their clients are dying. I don't know. Maybe there's new ones popping up every day. I don't know. I don't know that industry. I've never been part of the H industry or the fent industry or anything like that. It's not something that I ever even aspire to wonder what makes people want to kill themselves over. I don't know. I don't care to know. I don't want to be in a box. Like, I know that when I hear that, I see the skull and the bones, like it's, yeah. So getting some information on this. Let me read this. Caroline, yeah, I read that one. Lisa, believe it. There's a lot of demented women and men looking for love, friendship in the wrong places. Right, Pink Peony? All 5 officers have been charged with a murder. I didn't hear of any violence. Oh, that's good. Because that's one of the things, like, we hear about all these protests, especially with these type of issues, and they get really violent. And it's like, if you're going to get violent, how does that really get the messaging across? Like, you're protesting against violence, right? Against officers beating the crap out of the person or whatever they're protesting, and then they're going to get violent. It doesn't make sense to me. It seems hypocritical and counterproductive. But I am all for peaceful lawful protest. It's when they get carried away and things get caught on fire and people start looting buildings that they become no better than the officers that they're protesting against. Just my opinion. Nobody is talking about the fact that SEAL team training grounds are so close to Whitman County, 10 minutes from Moscow. Highly trained individuals. Interesting. I know, I did not know that, Caroline. Interesting fact. Darla Griffin, yes, she is one of 13 in the state and the only one in the area that is qualified. Well, Mel, you know, I have a hard time taking any of your, because there's been 3 statements that you've made, 2 of them that I completely 100% have information that are contradict your statements. So when you say this, it makes me have to look into it. I don't like you've already made some statements that are untrue, at least to me, from my perspective. So it makes me question everything you say from that point forward. How do you know this? Because I don't like people coming into my chat and I don't mind different perspectives, but you're speaking fact with nothing to support the fact. And I'm not sure if that's necessarily true. One of 13 in the state and the only one qualified? I don't necessarily believe that's true. There is definitely more than one qualified person in a DA's office to handle a murder investigation. Even if she's second chair, she needs to give up the reins. I don't believe that. I'm having a hard time with that stretch. So I'd like, if you've got some information on that, because I don't want to call you out. I kind of called you out. Sorry about that. But I would really like you to send me an email with this information. Like, if you're going to make this statement of fact in my chat, this is not your opinion. You're stating this as a fact. I'd like to see that in writing, how she is the only qualified person in this county to handle this case. Because if that's the case and there's a conflict of interest, they need to bring in an outside counsel. That's how it works. So let me know if you've got an article or something to prove this, because you're making, you can say in my opinion, and I'm fine with that, but you're saying that this is fact, and I'm just confused. That's all. Tyree's mother has asked everyone to be peaceful if they protest. Tyree was a good man, and only a peaceful protest will honor her son. Well, that was very smart, and I'm glad that they did. It sounds like, this sounds like a travesty. I just haven't looked into it. I just know that there's always 2 sides to every story, and then there's the truth. And so I just want to get more information. I don't like arguing one way or the other with this, especially with the lack of facts. And it sounds like the people in that community are already rising up and having their voice heard. And it sounds like whoever committed this atrocity to this young man will be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. If they broke the law, they're not above the law. We talk about this all the time, and that's a problem I have, like primarily Chatham County. They feel like they are above the law there. They feel that they can do whatever they want to do to hinder anybody's constitutional rights, as long as they have the county attorney saying, hey, well, this is not going to be legally challenged. Well, you know what? It will be legally challenged over time. And what are you going to do? Because you just now put your county in $1 million or more lawsuit on a county that already has financial problems. Like, that's not a good look. So, this might be this same kind of situation. I don't know. I just haven't looked into it. If somebody wants to send me some information on this case, send it to bullhornbetty@gmail.com. I'm happy to look at it, and maybe we'll discuss it tomorrow in tomorrow's segment. If the cops did something and it lost a life, they should be held to the same standard the rest of us are. Period. Doesn't matter, still illegal. Betty, you need to see the video for what the officers did. Yeah. Well, I believe that, Nani. You guys have just kind of thrown this at me. I know I've seen some things, but I didn't know what the case was really about. And I just saw a video of protesters walking around, but I didn't really look into it. So I don't know anything. And I always try to stay away from these type of cases because they are so passionate on both sides. And it's, it's hard for me to have a position on this without getting completely butchered, beaten up here on YouTube. So I'm very cautious with the cases that I covered as well. It's not that they're not important. It's just I'm Bullhorn Betty, anything that they can attack me over, they will. Tyree case, he ran from police when they found him a block away. They beat him, I believe. See, and this is another thing, guys. It doesn't matter who you are. Listen, when an officer gives you, let the courts deal with whatever they're going to deal with, okay? Let them deal with whatever they're going to deal with. I've had to do it myself. There's no point in arguing with them. Just follow commands so everybody's safe. If you got to get arrested, get bonded out, and deal with it in the court system. Like this, just think about it. He would have been going to jail right now, or in jail, and have a hearing. He'd have been out on bond. He'd have been alive. And then he could have challenged all these things in court, but he'd still be alive. Instead, he decides to run from law enforcement. You can't do that. That means to law enforcement, that's a red flag that you're hiding something, drugs, guns, all those types of things. And they don't know if they're going to go around the corner and you start shooting them. So, did they let their, it's just sad. I wish people would understand you're not going to run from law enforcement. You might as well just, if you're getting arrested, you might as well just get arrested and arrive alive. Really. That's what the court systems are for. This whole thing, if he would have just gotten arrested instead of running from him, one, he would still be alive. And two, his case would have probably been thrown out because they didn't have sufficient evidence for whatever they needed to arrest him for. And now he's dead because he didn't want to get arrested. It's sad all the way around. It's sad all the way around. But if the law enforcement did stuff they should not have done. Like, there's no reason, if somebody is cooperating and is on the ground, there is no reason to be beating on that person, period. There's no reason to lay a hand on them. I've seen officers, kind of rough people up, slam them against the car as they're arresting them, crimp down on the freaking handcuffs until their hands are turning purple. I've seen stuff like that, which I absolutely denounce and think that that's abuse, excessive force. And even in Chatham County, we watched excessive force, not to this level. So this idea that I don't believe it's happening, I do believe it does happen. But I want to know why they chose to beat him. Like, I almost want to see, as horrific as this video probably is, I want to see the video or its body cam footage in its entirety. I want to hear what they're saying. I want to know what's going on. If this man lost his life unarmed, there was no cause for this. I want to know that if there was a cause for this, but they went overboard, that's still excessive force. They still need to be held accountable. But I just want to know the truth, at the end of the day, the real truth as to what made this, transpire. His orbital bone started swelling immediately, which is the second strongest bone of the body apart from the femur. The force they had to have, oh wow, yeah, that is very forceful. That is very forceful. So it does sound like there is some culpability from law enforcement in this matter. Okay, thank you, Robin. I saw that. What is the biblical representation of what is called the death penalty? When one lies in wait to murder the innocent, not crime of passion or self-defense. 5 officers beat him. Wow, that's just horrible. Well, we just say prayers for his family, for him. And I hope that whatever truth comes to light in this case. He ran, that was his offense, and their lazy rage, roid rage-like brains thought he would deserve punishment. Sick, wow. Yeah, that does sound about right. When you run from them, they try to, like I said, I've seen them slam people against cars. I've seen them put those handcuffs on them so tight fingertips were turning purple. I've seen some things. I absolutely denounce police brutality. It does happen. And at the end of the day, it doesn't take away from the good men and women of blue. There are going to be bad apples in every bunch, right? There just are. And so it only takes one to cause a mess of damage. And here we have 5. But again, I'm going to reserve commentary on this case until I get to preview it myself. I like to make my own decision on it. you know, even my review may mimic every single person in here. In my review may not, and it may piss a lot of people off, but I definitely would like to reserve commentary on this case until I have an opportunity to get educated, because you can imagine with a case like this, I've got to be very cautious with what I say because I don't want to be inaccurate. You're talking about a man that lost his life at the hands of police. So I've got to be very cautious with what I say and how I say it. And I want to be very factual, especially in a case like this. So send me what you guys can over to the Bullhorn Betty channel and let me review it. And then we'll have more of a discussion when I'm kind of brought up to speed on what happens. So I know how to field questions and information like that. Yeah, there are. Absolutely. I just moved down and you said, and I know this was from 7:58. So this is like 20 minutes ago when you posted this and I just got to it. So I think we're kind of all, that's good that we're all kind of in the same mindset, you know, with this, but they're just some bad apples. I mean, you know, look at Brian Koberger, another bad apple that was about to infiltrate law enforcement, right? Think about how many others there are. Polk County, they had a volunteer position. You guys remember hearing that? A volunteer position. This guy was a volunteer with Polk County for like 16 years or, you know, I can't remember. Some significant, he wasn't new. Like he had been driving around in the civilian, the Polk County civilian police car for quite some time. And one of the colleagues noticed that it appeared that he was out in front of their sheriff's department selling drugs. And then an investigation underwent, and guess what? He went to jail because Grady Judd don't play, right? He doesn't try to sweep anything under the rug. If one of his officers do, that's what I love about Grady Judd. And I wish so many more officers and law enforcement, sheriffs and police chiefs were more like Grady, because he's just transparent. If his officers do wrong, guess what he decides? He puts them right on the broadcast feed like the rest of them. Like he doesn't care, you know? And he'll take it. It was like, you know, this is our police officer. Even the lady was lying on her reports they have the social workers and stuff, and I guess they have an officer liaison there at Polk County, and she was writing up reports that she wasn't even going and seeing these people. She was just writing up these reports, and the information that she was providing was inaccurate. And another person told, she got arrested for that. Like Grady Judd doesn't play, and he's very transparent. So even when his officers make a mistake, guess what? He tells you they made a mistake. If he has to arrest one of his officers, guess what? He puts them right up there like every other criminal, right there on that lectern, right? You know, this is the officer, right? They're in McTrouble. So I just wish a lot of people aspired to be more like Grady Judd. I think a lot of our law enforcement bodies would be better served to be more like Grady. My sister passed away last year from a drug called, we know about the M-word. I didn't know she was doing this. Total shock to me. No idea. My heart broke. Yeah, that's so sad. That's so sad. Hold on a second. This is about the case. I don't want to watch this. Thank you for, okay, it does. Okay. So I'll thank you. Thank you so much, Guidance, for that. I'll have to review that in my own because I'm going to have to go back and forth with it several times. I want to get a good lay of the land on that. So thank you for sending that. And any other information that is pertaining to what's his name? Tyrese? Is it am I saying it right? I can't. I've already lost his name. Anyways, just send that over to me. I do want to look into that because, again, if it's something that Tyree. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Guidance. Appreciate it. Street cam, good. Okay, so state and defense said no to cameras in Leilani courtroom. We deserve no. That's not what that's not what was said. Okay, so let me just give you guys a rundown on what happened in court on Leilani's hearing. So I went there for the motion hearing. I wanted to hear the legal arguments because it's going to be an interesting argument because you're talking about taking confidential files and putting it into a public trial. That means they cannot shield this information. They can shield it for a little bit, but they cannot shield this information from the public. The public has the right to know in this public trial. So there's a lot of legalities that go into this. But what the state is basically saying is that they don't, well, we won't go into the argument, but this is just about the cameras. So while we were there was another judge that was overseeing. Judge Stokes wasn't there, and Leilani didn't come in. Apparently, the motion hearing to bring those confidential files into her murder trial was not ruled on. So while we were there, it was me and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was the 7th media person there. I think the only people that were there outside of the 2 people that came with me were media in that courtroom. And the judge that was ruling, he was only ruling on Rule 22, which was related to media recording and bringing live, going live inside the courtroom. And the Rule 22 is related to the press. He was not going to rule, this judge, which was just sitting in on Judge Stokes' courtroom and hearing that day because Stokes was unavailable and Leilani wasn't coming in. It was said that for the motion hearing, so when they come back to discuss that motion hearing related to the defacts case in the murder trial, bringing that file over, we can live stream that. We did get approval to live stream that, but it was very specific for just that motion. And the judge did preface, to the state attorney as well as the defense. Neither one of them objected to us doing a live stream of that motion hearing. So we can record that motion hearing when we go to court. It's the everything after that. So the prosecutor's office, the state prosecutor, is saying it's not the defense, it's the state prosecutor saying, hey, no, we don't want this recorded. We don't mind them doing pen and paper. And the judge reminded him, like, we have this pesky thing called the First Amendment here in this country. And I love hearing that. And he, and even the judge is like, look, I like watching this stuff online. But this is the man judge. This is not his courtroom. So he reserved the right to rule on any future proceedings to be left to Judge Stokes, and went through that, maybe it's not going to be a problem. Maybe she doesn't have a problem with all the cameras being in the courtroom, and that may go forward. And he also said that it is possible that they may have a pooled. So they'll have like 2 media people in there, 2 recorders and maybe a photographer or something like that in there for the trial and other things. So the media is not distracting to the jury, because he even went as far to say he was on, he was doing a hearing, and the news people were packing up before the jury even left, and it was very distracting. So he brought that example up as to what he doesn't want to see happen in the future. But we can record, so far, we can just record the motion hearing for that defacts case and the murder trial. He did rule on that, but he reserved ruling on any additional proceedings after that. So that the prosecutor and the defense can give the arguments to Stokes. But, the judge that was proceeding over, there was an older gentleman. I didn't quite catch his name. I'm sure if I go back to the ruling, we will see his name on that ruling. And it was only for that motion case. So they're not saying that we can't have cameras in there. They're actually haven't ruled on that. We can have cameras in there for that motion hearing when it does move forward. I can live stream that right from the courtroom. I even have the Wi-Fi, the courthouse Wi-Fi that they had given me, so I could live stream. So it sounds like, at least for the judge that was there, now granted, that wasn't Judge Stokes. That's not the one that's proceeding over Leilani's trial. She may change her mind and have different stance. But so far, we're just going to have to work through it. So I'm actually considering possibly filing my own Rule 22 motion in there, because if they're going to have 2 media outlets there, I'd like one of those media outlets to be social media. The Supreme Court has ruled that social media is the public square. And, you know, quite frankly, whether they want to acknowledge it or not, news is a dying breed. Mainstream media is a dying breed. People are tired of paying. They're cutting the cable. They're tired of paying the cable bills. They're getting way too high. They can come here and stream a mess of stuff for pennies on the dollar, and they get to watch what they want to watch instead of what they're forced to watch by the cable companies. So it's a dying breed. You're going to find more news coming from social media, as it's been for the last decade, than the mainstream media. It is what it is. And mainstream media has done it to themselves because we're sick of getting, we're sick of getting half the information. They've got attorneys. They want interviews, interviews with, the police, the chief of police and stuff like that for future cases. I don't care. I don't care about stepping on somebody's toes. I don't care. That's my job. I'm looking for the truth. I'm looking for everything I'm entitled to have to bring to my audience. And that's what it comes down to. If I'm entitled to that information, I want that information on my desk. Shame on Memphis Police Department for lying about the stop in the first place. And that's a good point. Like, we need to be pulling body cam records. We need to be pulling records for the stop. What was the purpose of the stop? But again, it's awfully funny. Like, normal people don't get out of cars and start running, folks. I'm sorry. Again, this is where I need to reserve my judgment until I have all the information that I can on this. There's two sides of the story, and there's the truth. Right now, we're getting one side that I can see. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to. I'm not going to. I need to research this case. Thank you. Nice. But they said, oh, that's another thing, is they said that the 13th, the status hearing on February 13th also is going away. That Stokes' staff are already been put on notice that case is going away. And why am I bringing that up? Is because somebody is saying that there is a subpoena for production of documents from Billy Joe. And you are hereby required to appear in Chatham County Superior Court before Honorable Tammy Stokes, Judge of Superior Court Room 600 and blah, 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 9 a.m. on the 13th of February, and to bring with you into said court certain documents to be used as evidence in by the district attorney in certain case pending in the court. It says the following is hereby to subpoena any and all records pertaining to the dental treatment of Leilani Simon from the period of October 1st, 2022 to October 5th, 2022. Why are they asking? Oh, this is it. Okay, so they're subpoenaing the dental records from Aspen Dental in Pooler, Georgia. So Aspen Dental has been subpoenaed records. Billy Joe Howe, aka Billy Joe Betterton, you are hereby required to be and appear in Chatham County Superior Court before the Honorable Tammy Stokes on February 13th, 9 a.m. And like I said, we've already heard word that this case is not going forward on the 13th, but I'm going to monitor that. And they're asking for any and all journals, diaries, other writings of Leilani Simon currently in the possession, actual or constructive, sole or joint, of Billy Joe Howe, aka Billy. So they're trying to say that there's some writings, there's some diaries, there's something in that house that they need for her court records. So we've got two subpoenas that went out for February 13th. Again, those hearings, from my understanding, the status hearing is going away. Now, I don't know if they're going to make them produce that, if they can mail that in, how they're going to be accepting those items. But on they are starting, and it appears, let me just see if I can get heads or tails of this. I can't Superior Court for the district attorney. So the district attorney, so that means the state attorney. It's not from the public defender's office, it's district attorney. So I'd have to think that the state is seeking additional discovery related to this case. And that's for Quinton Simon and Leilani Simon. For those that are just joining that don't know anything about that case, Quinton Simon is a 20-month-old child that disappeared on, I think it was October 5th, 2021. And the mother, I guess the child went over there on the 4th. The mother called in on the 5th, early morning hours. The child was missing. There was a lot of things that didn't make sense. She left the house. She was by garbage. She stayed there until the garbage was picked up. It made many believe that he was discarded into the trash. They did an extensive search out at the landfill where they did, in fact, recover his body. The mother that did not have custody of the child was charged with malice murder and is awaiting trial. Her mother, which was the child's grandmother, Billy Joe Powell, aka Billy Joe Betterton, was the responsible party and had custody of the children, at least the 2 older boys, not necessarily the 4-month-old child that she had just had. But when we were there, we realized very quickly she targeted Quinton. This was not an accident. This was something more intentional with the state of abuse. But I've always believed that Billy Joe should have been arrested as well, because she was the primary caretaker of these children. And she's the one that went to the courts and told the courts that Leilani was unfit to take care of these children because of the abuse she perpetrated upon these children, as well as the drug use she was doing in front of these children. And so Billy Joe got custody of these. But what she failed to tell the judge and tell the courts is that she's gone for weeks on end. Who did she expect to take care of these children? She just said her daughter was unfit to do it. So the idea that she would leave these children in the care of their mother, the ones that she just took custody from, seems to be like an oxymoron. And now one of her grandchildren are dead. His remains are still with the FBI's office. And here we are right now with her trial. And what I just read, those subpoenas were related to discovery requests from Aspen Dental, as well as Billy Joe herself. So we'll see how that works out. Wrong about what? I have not. Wrong about what? What am I wrong about? Like, if you're going to say I'm wrong about that, express what I'm wrong about. If you're talking about Tyree, I said I'm not making any statement on it. I'm giving examples of stuff. I have not researched the case. Like, open your ears, please. Everybody else in the chat room gets it, but you. I don't know what the problem is. It was murder. The one cop said they catch him, and I hope they stomp him down. Wow, that's pretty brutal. But again, I haven't seen it. This is all the stuff you guys are telling me. Send me the stuff so I can review it for myself. I have to make that. Listen, just you guys have all seen it. You guys have made your determination. Let me mine. Send me the stuff so I can make it. You know, I need to see it. I'm not going to take your word for it. I need to see it, touch it, and feel it. I need to make my own. You know, I'm one of those people. That's why I travel everywhere, because I hate getting other people's opinion. I like formulating my own. And I can't be wrong, Miss CT. There's no way I can be wrong. I never made a factual statement. I've been very clear and upfront that I do not want to have any conversation about that case until I have an opportunity to review it. Because again, I'm Bullhorn Betty, and I got to be very careful how I proceed with something with cops and a man that just lost his life at the hands of a cop. I don't like getting into these arguments, to be honest with you. I don't like hearing about them at all. I don't like covering them because there's no winners here. And everybody gets beat up and they get their panties in a wad and stuff like that. That's why I stay away from them, if you really want me to be honest with you. But I will look into it. Somebody sends it to me. I'm not searching for it. But if you guys want to send me information, I'll look into it so I can be abreast of what's going on. So don't tell me I'm wrong, because I'm not wrong. I didn't make an assertion or determination at all. You know, I was giving theories and speculative in nature, and I think everybody got that. But if for any reason you got some problem with my channel or the way I speak, by all means, leave. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. Nobody's requiring anybody to be here. Literally nobody. The whole thing is bad. Okay, so I am going to get away from the whole Tyree thing. Until I review it, I don't want to talk about it. So you guys can talk about it amongst yourselves in the chat, but I'm not going to be addressing anymore until I've had an opportunity to review the entire file. This keeps me on the good side, you know, and people want to keep pushing. I'll just not talk about it at all, because I, quite frankly, I've got 1,000 cases. We've only touched on Leilani. And well, here I am. I wanted to go through, well, we did touch on the Idaho 4, the Kara stuff. We touched on Quinton Simon. Do you guys, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to miss all this stuff. And I'm sorry for being, I just, you know, this kind of stuff, it does rub me the wrong way, but what do you do? You know, I really need, anyways, we're moving on. So Summer Wells case, and then we're going to get to Alex Mudaugh. So Summer Wells case, there was on the Summer Wells website, summerwells.com. The website, find Summer Wells, that's right. There was a letter that was put up. I hate how this website is. Hello, Tim Mullins, do better on this website. Nobody, every time I scroll, it doesn't scroll right. It just doesn't scroll right. But here's the, I'll pull this up here. Of course not, because, give me a second. I got to play with this stupid screen because StreamYard had to make changes. Oh, Crime Stories Assess. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I hope you got my messenger. Nice to see you, ZZT. No, it's just people. I mean, there's nothing I can do. Like, I haven't researched a case everybody wants to talk about. I'm sorry. Send me the stuff. I'll research it. I am not researching it live on this channel because I have, as you guys looked at my thumbnail, already have a mess of stuff that I'm talking about, and Tyree was not one of them. So let me get abreast of this stuff and let me figure out what's going on, and then we'll have a discussion about it. Pretty simple stuff. But I'm not going to get in an argument about facts I don't even know. I haven't watched a damn thing. I literally seen not even 5 seconds of people walking down a road. That's the extent I know about the case. That's the extent I know about the case. What's going on with Sepsis Kills? Is she back in the hospital again? I didn't hear that. Maybe, Betty. Nice to know Tim Mullins. Yeah, the effery, right? Is something going on with Emma? Oh, maybe I missed it. Maybe she wrote up here and I just missed it. With all the stuff going on here. Can somebody fill me in on Emma? Preferably not on a messenger, like I can't. All right, so we're going to get on to Summer Wells. So here is the letter that Don Wells put up on this, or, you know, Tim Mullins or whoever did this. And I did see the article that, or the video that JLR did about this, saying that, you know, they're not able to communicate with their boys. And it makes me wonder why they're not able to communicate with the boys. And I believe it's an active case for Summer Wells. And I think the reason why they're preventing them from speaking is because the boys are witnesses in that case. I do believe that the parents are still primary suspects and the only suspects in the disappearance of Summer Wells. I can't say that. That's just my opinion, but I can't say that for an absolute fact. But based upon this letter of him being him not even being able to write them. They're literally having no contact with them. We also heard that it was for a failure. The reason why the children were taken away from him is because both Don and Candace failed their drug tests. And that is why the kids were taken away. I don't know if that's true. That's just what I heard through the grapevine. But they're basically saying, regardless, why can't we have contact? Why can't we write our boys? Why can't we have supervised visitations? And here is what really, it kind of really upsets me. But in all fairness, Don Wells is accurate about this. He said, many deaths, blah, 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 blah. Where is it? See, I don't like that. See how it does that? Like that right there, it irritates me. This whole big top thing, and then it comes down. Like, it just drives me nuts. Where does it say, daughter? We have no child abuse charges on us. Right there. We have no child abuse charges against us. They should. And it comes down to the question of why they don't. The state is saying that they are unfit to take care of their children. 3 of them. If you have enough evidence to have them removed from that home, the parents should be charged. This is not just for Don Wells' case. This is my stance literally across the board, because I'm so sick of hearing the Department of Children and Family Services take these children away indefinitely. Yet they have not one charge against them to justify them taking a child away from that parent. If the Department of Children and Family Services has enough to remove a child from a home, they better have enough to charge those parents with a crime to justify removing a child from that home. This idea that they can just go into any home, remove a child, no charges, where's the due process? If you have enough to remove a child from the home, I'm sorry, a social worker should not be in charge in running that investigation. That is a criminal investigation. A social worker is not equipped to handle a criminal investigation. Where's law enforcement? Where's the criminal investigation? I agree with Don Wells here that they have no child abuse charges against them, and they have 3 children removed from their house. Either give those children back to Don and Candace, or charge them with the crimes that were able to get those children removed from that home. That is the choice that these courts should have to be faced with. And if we need to start going and changing those laws, then we will. Because I'll be darned if you're going to go into any home and take a child from a home saying that it's unfit, unsafe, and they're not being cared for. Those are criminal conduct. That's criminal activity, and the parents should be charged. You don't get to take the children and not charge the parents. It's one or the other. Keep the children there and don't charge the parents, or remove those children and charge the parents. Pretty simple stuff. Pretty simple. So I have to agree. He has not been charged. So if he has not been charged with any crimes against children, he is not charged in his daughter's case. In all fairness, why doesn't he have his children? Why are they still withholding those children from him? Literally no contact. What justifies that? You haven't charged this man with a crime. How can you justify him having no contact with his children? I'm speaking on, I'm not sticking up for Don Wells. You guys all know how I feel about him. I don't trust him. I think that something happened to Summer. I think both Candace and him are responsible, period. Nothing has changed my mind yet. I've tried to get him to change my mind. He refuses to sit down with me. He refuses to answer my questions. That is red flags to me. It just kind of seals the fate of where I'm feeling. Now, trust me, I do not want these boys back with this family. I don't. But what is fair is fair. And at the end of the day, they haven't been charged with jack crap. Why are these kids? They need to either charge them with something or return the kids to them or start opening that line of communication, because right now you do not have the proper authority, in my opinion, to keep this family away from each other. They just don't. And if you see what I'm saying, I'm not sticking up, nor do I want these boys back in Don Wells. What I want to see happen is that them be charged with the crimes that they should be charged with. That's what I'd like to see. But I'm getting sick and tired of these welfare agencies taking children without charging the parents. You can't just go into somebody's house and remove a child because the house is of disarray or the parents are on drugs. That's endangerment. That's neglect. If they're abusing the children physically, all of this is criminal conduct. Criminal conduct. This is not something for CPS. This is something for the law enforcement agency out there. Why is Ronnie Lawson sitting on his hands doing absolutely nothing? Why is CPS not referring the charges over to law enforcement? Just like when law enforcement was at that disgusting house, why weren't they doing referrals to the Department of Children and Family Services in Tennessee to get those children removed? They saw crimes. Why did they not arrest them for the crimes that they saw them commit? These are problems that I'm having. These are problems that I'm having. So Cody Bigsby, another little boy that is getting little to no recognition at this moment in time. His dad is still in jail. He still has not been found. We need to start helping Cody Bigsby come home. He is lost in the system. He is lost. I want to know why. Where is this little boy? What are they doing to his father to help coax him into giving the whereabouts of his son? Why have they not determined Cody to be deceased so they can have a proper investigation? I don't know. I don't know. But we need to start talking about that. Let me get out of here. Put this down just a little bit. I got more stuff here. Oh, and I want to play this for you. This is of Alex Mudaugh. This is the initial interview. I want you guys paying very close attention to this. This is, this has a lot of information. Few things I want you to notice in this interview is he's sweating a lot. He's with his hands are down on his lap. He's not moving his hands a lot, but attorneys know not to do that. But you can see him almost reminding himself not to do it. You'll see his hand, and it's like this. And it's almost as if he's reminding himself not to move his hands around while he's talking, not to be fidgety, like we're seeing him. I also noticed his weight. The man that's in court today, not today, but yesterday, is a much thinner Alex Mudaugh. So I'm looking at his body language and listening to him, and as he's trying to explain a lot of stuff, but he's even contradicting himself in this interview. So much so that, he's saying that he knew that the first thing he says he noticed was all of the blood. And it comes back to the testimony we received yesterday from Detective Rutland, where she said he was clean. He was too clean. And we even have other information. Remember, she was talking about there appeared to be sandal prints on the ground out there, fresh sandal prints going from the kennels between the hangar and the other building, and then turning around and coming back. Sandals. Yet when he went out there to find his wife and son, he was wearing Nike tennis shoes. Find that odd, because you just found your kid and your wife murdered. I don't know if you go back and do a wardrobe change or change out your shoes while you're calling the police and trying to grab your gun because you're in fear for your life that somebody might be on your property. So things aren't, but I want you guys to watch.
I left the house without my watch.
12:57.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, just state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so I get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And a good phone number for you.
803-942.
Hold on.
All right, sir. And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay.
Danny Henderson is his personal private attorney. And I also want you to pay close attention to his attorney's body language, because I watched this several times. And the first few times I was most focused on Alec. I wasn't even paying attention to Dan. And then when I watched it again, I paid attention to Dan. And you should have seen some of the looks that he gave Alec during his statement. And that look, to me, sealed the fate. Like, even his own personal attorney at some points was not believing the information he was giving law enforcement. So keep watching.
All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County, and I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So
and even the investigator, even the one that's giving this interview, like, he's nervous as hell too, because he knows who this man is. He knows his pedigree. And you can tell that he himself is quite nervous giving this interview. You see him wiping sweat off of himself. So there's a lot of nervousness going on.
just start at the top, take your time.
And I hear your statement, Barbara, but we're literally at the beginning. They're laying the foundation of this case. So the way it is you're not getting all the meat and potatoes up front. You have to say, right now, all I've seen them do was basically authenticate evidence, authenticate processes. That's all they've done to be able to put certain evidence into the court record for trial. So not all evidence that they have will be admissible in a court of law. So yeah, these are not the these are just the first investigators. They have to build the crime scene from the beginning. They got to build the case all the way to the end. You can't just start and say, oh, we came across the scene. Oh, but he did it because of blah, 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 blah. It doesn't work that way. You've got to enter all that little bit of evidence into the case. So that's why this case is going to take 2 to 3 weeks to complete, because there's so much evidence that has to be brought in. So they have to have all these witnesses on the stand in order to authenticate that evidence, to get it admissible into the court record for the jury to entertain it as evidence in this trial. So that is kind of really a lot of why there's nothing. This is directing this stuff to him. I mean, you're hearing the beginning parts. We're not into the meat and potatoes of this case in the trial aspect of it at all. We're at the very beginning. Just think of it like this. We're just arriving to the scene of the crime, right? We're only 2 hours so far. Out of the 2 days of testimony we heard, we're only 2 hours into what happened that day when law enforcement arrived. That's it. So out of 2 days, we're only 2 hours into the investigation, if you look at it from that perspective. So clearly 2 hours into the investigation is not going to be the slam dunk that you need. The slam dunk comes later in the process of trial. So just stay tuned. A lot more is going to be coming up. I guarantee it.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was.
He's sitting there right now telling you he knew he was dead.
Sorry.
And I could see his brain on.
So again, he knew. So now that he's telling you right there, when he pulled up, he could see some graphic material out there that belonged to his son. Yet we're going to hear where he starts making his flawed statements. So Barbara says, oh, I can't even read it through this little sign. It says, I want him convicted. I want him convicted, but only if the state has solid evidence that he did it. The time doesn't make sense. And the way they're dragging the questioning, the jury could tune out important information. Unfortunately, that's it. I'm not sure how many murder trials you've watched. If you haven't watched too many of them, I would recommend going back and watching, because this is standard procedure. I can tell you everything I'm seeing right now is standard with the authentication of evidence, getting it admitted, going from literally the very first person that arrived on scene through the entire thing. We're literally only 2 hours in after 2 days of testimony. So just bear with it. Right now, they're setting a great foundation. From my legal perspective, they're great. They are providing, you know, great foundation for their case. And that's what it is. You got to remember, when you're building a case, you got to have a solid foundation in order to build upon. You can't just build upon sand. Your house will just crumble. So what they're doing right now is they're building that solid foundation to move other evidence into the court trial case. So just think of it like that. It's building blocks.
And I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first.
So now he's trying to enter into why he may have touched some things. This is, again, some red flags. He just said he saw this stuff, this matter. He knew it was matter, and yet he still, you know, now he's starting to explain why his DNA or his fingerprints may be on certain items that they shouldn't be on. This is kind of red flags to me. I know people aren't seeing it like that just yet, but these are red flags for me.
You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out.
I'm curious, what did he figure out? He figured it out. Figured what out?
His cell phone popped out of his pocket.
How does that happen? Put a phone in your pocket and try to flip yourself over and see if it just pops out like a kernel, a popcorn kernel. You know, these are things that I know people aren't paying attention to or don't think that these are relevant facts, but there absolutely are. They just admitted this video into evidence because of the testimony of that lady in the back, right. You can't see me on the screen, but right in the back of him is Detective Rutland from Quinton County Sheriff. She's the liaison between the Sheriff's Department and the SLED team because she has no knowledge of this family, and that is the reason why they put her in that position.
Started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to take I mean, I try to do it as limited as possible, but I try to take their pulse on both of them.
And mind you, from testimony, that makes it next to impossible for him to have done that to Paul, because as law enforcement testified, Paul's hands were under his person. He was laying on top of both of his hands with his shoulder up. So the only way he could have taken a pulse from him would be from his wrist or his neck, and both were not exposed. So again, these are setting the foundation.
And, you know, I called 911 pretty much right away. And she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
And didn't we hear, now I could be wrong in this, but I could have sworn that he did in the 911 call tell the lady he needed to get off the phone so he could call some family members. But in here later in this interview, he says, he skips a beat as if he wasn't being truthful, but said, yeah, I told her I was going back to the house to get a gun, and I would make sure law enforcement knew upon arrival I was carrying a loaded gun or something to that effect. But I don't remember hearing that in the 911 call, and I could have missed it because I try to pay attention, but every now and again when the stuff is playing, I may have to use the restroom or go to the kitchen and refresh my drink or something to that effect, and I may have missed that. Did anybody else hear him say on the 911 call? Because if you guys recall correctly, the 911 call actually went into Hampton County because of the cell towers, and then was transferred back to Colton County. And he was on the phone with the dispatcher in Colton County, and they were sending officers out there. And I remember him saying, listen, I'm going to let you go. I've got to call family. But I don't ever recall hearing him say that he was going to his house to get a gun. And I don't know if I just happened to miss that, or if anybody, I know everybody else was paying attention to it too. Did you guys hear that? I just want to find out if that was heard in that 911 call or not. And if it was heard, yes, he did say that. Okay. He said it. Okay. So I did just miss it. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to say he did. And because I know I've been, you know, even yesterday, I mean, there was 2 solid hours that I was away from the screen. So, okay.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little.
Oh, and you know what else? Remember the Faraday bag comments? Remember that? The Faraday bag? I think I just figured something out. We'll get back to this. But yesterday, his defense attorney was talking about the Faraday bag that you put a phone in. The one lady, Sirione, the detective Sirione, she did the buccal swabs. They keep calling them buccal swabs, but they're buccal swabs. This is not the right notepad. Hold on a second. He was talking about a Faraday bag and how, you know, he seemed pompous almost about this Faraday bag that he would think that and he kept saying, because, you know, even if, did you power the phone off? Did you have it on? Did you use a Faraday bag? Because, you know, even after it goes, things can be deleted or added or manipulated on the phone. It just dawned on me, because he states that this bag or this phone popped out of his pockets, it popped out of his pockets. I don't know if they're going to find out that he deleted a message, and that's why the defense is bringing this Faraday bag in so early into this case and about protecting this phone in this Faraday bag. And I'm curious if this is his angle. I don't know where it just popped into my brain just now as we were talking about this, you know, the phone and the Faraday bag. So I'm wondering if they're going to be presenting as part of their digital forensics, when did they get that to that point in this trial, if the defense is going to try to cloud that by saying, well, they didn't use the disparity bag, and if they didn't use it, anybody could have just went up there and manipulated this phone and, you know, deleted this message. But then you have to ask yourself, but why would they do that? I think it shows the cops' incompetence in this investigation. I disagree. There's not very many. There are such things as Faraday bags, but there's not. They're not used as often. There's no need. You know, there's really no need to use that type of bag unless it's, you know, like a hacking type of thing. This guy doesn't look like a hacker. You know, it just, believe it or not, those Faraday bags, yes, they have a purpose, but they're not a required tool that they're required to use. Because if they were required to use, it would be used. It's not a requirement. Many cases have collected cell phones without Faraday bags. So why now? Why this case? And has this attorney ever brought up the Faraday bag before in any other case? You use the bag if you're hiding something. There you go. There you go. It's not standard operating procedures for law enforcement. So it's not showing incompetence, in my opinion, because we have to look at the processes that they're required to use, the standard process that is used across the country. Did they use that standard? I believe they did. But let's just keep going. I mean, you know, thank you for putting that in perspective. That's your opinion. And I'm sure there are many people in this chat that mimic that opinion of yours, Barbara, that, you know, he's trying to show incompetence because the Family Guy and corruption isn't, yeah. And there you have it, because the guy's family and corruption isn't an everyday occurrence. And very true. Very true.
Boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Boom. Blood all around him when he walked up. All around him. And then this kind of doubles back to the statement of the lady that's sitting right behind him, detective or special, I don't know if she's detective or special agent, or just a sheriff liaison. Her name's Detective Rutland or Officer Rutland or whatever it may be, Deputy Rutland. She described him not having any blood on his shoes, not having blood on his knees, not having blood on his clothing, not having blood on his arms, no transfer blood whatsoever from trying to turn over his son. That was clearly, you know, the first thing he saw was all the blood. So how did he not step in that blood to turn over his son, to check his son's pulse, to go administer or try to seek aid for his wife? So, you know, these are some things I'm hearing and the evidence that put forward that I do believe they're building a very strong case against him. I really do. There's a lot of hurdles. Like even that last witness, she was very damaging. So much so that, you know, Murdaugh's attorney stood up and was like, oh, you know, my questioning is going to last for hours. And, you know, let's just go ahead and break. It's because he needs to really, really prepare. I guarantee his entire team is burning the midnight oil because of that last witness. She was very, very good in her statement and setting foundation. Barbara says, my county has, oops, it just popped up on me. She says, my county, let me move this down. My county has a lot of old Southern corruption. I'm furious with these types of situations, but Ellie has to prove the case. Actually, it's not Ellie that has to prove the case. It's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the one that's bringing these charges. It's the one that got the indictment. It's the prosecution that is required to take the evidence that law enforcement gave them, plus their discovery processes to get this information. They've already went through discovery because we're here at trial.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to My mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie.
And there's another thing I want you guys to pay close attention to, because he does discuss, let me get this one. Got too many notes and too many different booklets here. He does start discussing, not right up front, but a little further. I think it's down about, I don't know, 10 minutes maybe. How long is this? I don't even know how long this video is. But he starts talking about timing. I found out it takes 20 minutes to get to his mother's house. 20 to 25 minutes. Now, I could be wrong. Somebody may need to correct me on that. That's just what I heard. I didn't actually put the addresses and stuff in into the my map system, so I don't know how long it actually specifically took for him to get to his parents. But he apparently took only a 25 to 30 minute nap, and then gets up and starts heading over to his mother's house around 10:08 p.m. 9:08 p.m. 9:08 p.m. By 9:45, he's already heading back. So if it takes him 20 to 25 minutes there, he leaves at 9:08. He's already heading back from mom's house and calling his wife at 9:45. That's not really leaving him a whole lot of time to check on his mom. So I found that a little odd, but the reason why I'm telling you this early is I want you to listen to that and pay attention for it.
Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seed.
I still don't quite make the connection with a completely dark, desolate area out there and being out there at 9 o'clock at night in the pitch black, trying to plant sunflower seeds, and that being the excuse while he was out there. I find that a little odd myself.
So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
Now, by a show of hands, who believes that statement, that him and his wife had a wonderful marriage and were very happy together? One, if you believe that to be true. Two, if you believe that they did not have a good marriage and were not happy together. I just want to see, just get to gauge my audience here in this questioning. That's what I heard too, Snow. That's why I was asking. Two. So no, not a good marriage, not a good relationship. So this would be, and I'm curious for you, Barbara, what do you feel about this? Because I know you kind of taken the middle road on this. You know, you're not quite there yet. You want him to be indicted, but you want to make sure that the state's got the right guy. Do you believe that he had a good marriage, or do you believe that his marriage was rocky? He lied about money. He lied about, yeah. Okay, so we do have someone. So Caroline is, she's one of our, she doesn't believe that she believes they had a good marriage. Okay, well, that's fair. I appreciate it. Jesse Lynn believes they had a good marriage. Good for you guys. I'm glad you guys are being honest, because really, it really is about, because I'm going to be asking you guys this as we proceed through trial. You know, if you've changed your position at all, you know, basically, you know, I thought they were divorcing. I did too. That's what I heard. I heard that they, who on here has a wonderful marriage? I'll have good back. I know, right? I'm divorced. I had a fairly good marriage until I got a divorce. So, okay, let's just keep going. Let's keep going.
In yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
What does that mean? As good as it can be. He didn't say it was wonderful like he did his wife. He's like, it's good as it could be. What does that really mean? It's good as it can be. Does that mean there were some major issues there, but based upon those issues, it was as good as it could be? Or is it was as good as it could be? It's never been better. What do you take of that? I mean, all these little things are driving me nuts because it could go one way or the other. Maybe that's by design.
How old is Paul?
22.
Okay. You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
How about, what's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
And her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Just for all the astrologers and the people that like this stuff. So his wife was September 15th of Virgo, and his birthday is May. Oh, I thought I wrote it down. May something. So he's a Gemini. So you got a Gemini and a Virgo. That's all I got to say.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers, people breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, because I don't think they give it to me, but he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, but nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or group of people?
I don't know.
That you could think of?
Not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time he gets
recently?
Threats. Yes, sir. He gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of,
I'm gonna kick your ass, I've never been privy firsthand,
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what he goes out like somewhere. He's in college, so if he goes out is what I understand. And I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Colombia is Will's Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Colombia.
You said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Will's with an S, okay. Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving.
Okay.
Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Tootin, Nolan Tootin.
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one? I'm sorry.
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives
Okay,
around the corner.
okay.
That's very, he's just a good, helpful young man. You mind if I open the door really quickly?
Go right ahead. Do what you need to do.
Some other things that I noticed is about his demeanor is, he was very upset when he got into the car. He's talking about a lot of graphic information, and he's keeping his composure while he's doing that. Now, does that necessarily mean anything? No, it's just an observation that I'm getting from him. And like and you'll see at the end of this, when his family calls, he starts, sobbing again. Just instantly. And as soon as that conversation is over, he's back to the way he is now. So I just find those behaviors a little odd. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, just observations that I was making while previewing this video.
So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head.
Okay.
I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it. But it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers.
Now, I have a hard time believing all that, but, you're talking about the Panther days. Who knows, right? It was a different world out there.
They did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy...
Don't forget to like. We have 720 people in here.
...is probably the person, but...
We have 720 people in the chat, and I don't know how many likes we have. We're getting caught up to that now. We have like 300 and some odd likes. We need to have more likes. If you guys have not liked it, please like it. Tell me your number and the state you are from.
That's just so friggin'...
Yeah, that's kind of far-fetched story.
It's weird, but he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
C.B. Rowe.
R-O-W-E?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
There we go. Sorry about that. My phone just dropped.
About the sunflowers and so.
Oh, wait a minute. What happened to our volume? Something just happened. Hold on. Give me a second.
I mean.
Hold on, guys. I don't know what's going on here. Let me remove this. Where are we in this process? Can you guys hear it?
I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
Can you guys still hear that? It stopped working on my end.
Hold
on. Let me pull this out and we'll do it again. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. It just stopped having volume. All right. Looks like we're coming back, but I'm going to have to, I don't know how far we were into the interview process.
I mean, like any other evidence. I know you said the phone fell out the pocket.
Oh, we were past
but did
that.
you
A wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship. People online just really
Sorry, guys. Let me find where we were.
all the time.
what kind of, I mean,
I'm gonna kick your ass, you know. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to make any sense. I just hired a guy out here,
Here we are.
and
Thank you, guys.
he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy, you know, is probably the person, but that's just so friggin'.
yeah, that's kind of far-fetched
It's
story.
weird. But he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
CB Rowe.
ROWE?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
Now, I don't know how many of you guys have this on your big computer screens or your TV screens, but I mean, pay attention to the attorney behind. I mean, the attorney's got his arms crossed. Like you can see, like even though Alec is maintaining composure, his attorney in the back seat is, you know, even some of the facial expressions that you see him glance over at Alec. Alec doesn't see it or hear it because, you know, he's behind him. But with this camera facing his attorney, you can see those body language issues with his attorney. And I don't believe his personal attorney believes what he's saying. I really don't, just based on his own body language in the back seat. In some respects, like when they're talking about Maggie going to the kennel that late at night and it being normal, you guys will hear all that, but pay attention to that attorney in the back as well.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers, and so, you know, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know. Somewhere in in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, please, sir?
I do. You know, but I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird. All right. CB. Here, I know he called me, so I'll go to that.
I agree with you, Mike.
Okay.
843.
You need to get that phone on the charge, Alec, if you can.
And this move right here, we heard that with Brian Kohberger, whenever you remember that you charge your phone, the computer can record everything from your phone. I just heard that. I never heard that before, Brian Kohberger, but when I saw this officer hand him the charger that was plugged into the vehicle, it made me think about that. Like, did they just get his entire phone on their system? Did they just record his entire phone while he was charging? I don't know what brought that to my mind, but that whole thing with Brian Koberger and his father using his charger in his car, it just made me think of that.
Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Watch your leg for a second, please.
Thank you.
When did he tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. My son Paul actually, and I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know y'all got to check it out. But Paul was so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
No.
The question is why? Why would he record it? That just seems outlandish. I don't pull out my phone and start recording friendly conversations, even outlandish friendly conversations.
But for all his weirdness, I mean, I do think
For all this weirdness.
I mean, they got along pretty good.
How long had he been working here?
I guess about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, a couple months.
Okay.
But I'm a recorder. I record literally everything, Caroline, and that's just a conversation that I don't see me pulling my phone out to record, and I literally record everything when I'm out in the field. So having a ranch hand, you know, somebody that's planting sunflowers, thinking, oh, this guy's saying something, let me pull my phone out and start secretly recording him. It just seems odd to me. I don't know why. It just seems odd to me.
Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip-yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
Most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know.
Okay.
It was some people.
So hold on. Oh, I just lost my train where I was. We're past that. We're in 1100. There, 1300. It says, for the record, Your Honor, it says, good Lord, even if you delete things, there's other processes to delete completely. Phones will hold trash for a 30-day in memory and still process a phone at Bullhorn Betty. I don't know if you're trying to be rude or not, but we get an idea of how the phones work. Believe me, every single one of us have phones. We've deleted things, we've recovered things, we've restored things. We know how the phone works. That had nothing to do with what I was talking about. I'm talking about the Faraday bag. And not only that, but your phone is recorded on other third-party sources that can be completely subpoenaed and provided those records should they be deleted. Of course, there's ways to delete it, but I was talking about the strategy of the defense. Him talking about the Faraday bag, because, you know, we hear about this phone popping out of Paul's pants, and it almost gave me, because we know there were some weird things that went on that we heard through the grapevine from sources that stated that Maggie thought that her husband was acting odd to have him meet them out there at the dog kennels. And the reason why I say anything about the phone is because he did indicate the phone fell out of his pocket when he tried to turn his son over in this, you know, bloody area. And it's just a little odd that they're talking about a Faraday bag, because I have a funny feeling he may have texted his son to come out there to help him with something. And now the defense is saying, oh, because they didn't do this Faraday bag, that something was deleted. So we do understand how the processes of phones work, and, you know, that there are other people that record. We understand that the memory holds things for 30 days. Every single one of us has a good understanding about a cell phone and its capability. Believe me.
See him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers, and so, you know, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know. Somewhere in in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, please, sir?
I do.
I don't know whether that's true or not.
You know, but I do think him and Paul got along pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
I'll look it up.
That's just really, really weird. All right.
Sorry.
CB. Here, I know he called me, so I'll go to that. Okay.
843-540-9335.
You need to get that phone on the charge, Alec, if you can.
Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Watch your leg for a second, please.
Thank you.
We're back at that. Sorry, I lost my.
When did he tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. My son Paul actually, and I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know y'all got to check it out. But Paul was so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
No. But for all his weirdness, I mean, I do think they got along pretty good.
How long had he been working here?
I guess about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, a couple months.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very distracting with the background.
Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard-on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip-yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
Most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know.
Okay.
It was some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know.
Okay.
It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye. And You know, he can't defend himself right now because he has these charges. So, you know, Paul was a real tough man's man. You know, he would
defend himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right.
And I have an issue with this too, because we all know that Paul was a different person when he drank alcohol. It was referred to from some of his friends that in his alcoholic state, he had his alter ego, Timmy. And it seemed like Timmy was a little more frisky, a little more violent than Paul would be sober. So could some of these black eyes or fights or something be explained by his behavior when he's under the influence of alcohol? I'd like to hear more about that as well.
But
how was he handling that case, looming over everybody?
As far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before. I mean, Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here, because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was a camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. But I don't think it was out here.
Okay.
Recently. But I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when deputies pulled up, where did that come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun. Probably overreacting, but...
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I came out and, I called 911 first. Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her.
You told her?
That I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we could compare if that shotgun was out here and now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
I know, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns.
Yeah. Shotguns, rifles.
Pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. You name it, across the board, we have them.
Okay.
And all of them we have are, in a hunting room in our house.
And just to let you guys know that I truly believe that law enforcement must have known something, because they called the SLED team in very quickly. They didn't try to handle this investigation at all. They actually closed the crime scene down, taped it up, and waited 2 hours for the SLED team to get there. They did have some officers that went and marked some visible evidence. So when they were there, they didn't, step on any evidence, contaminate the crime scene any more than it had to be contaminated. There is a level of contamination with any crime scene because officers have to do their job. They have to walk on it, but it's more microscopic in nature as opposed to really interfering with the crime scene. So I want to make sure that that's clear for the audience here when you're listening to all of this and listening to the trial as it progresses through the various stages of this trial. You're going to hear a lot of information. Yesterday we were talking, the last person that was on the stand was the footwear expert and tire pattern expert. And she had some pretty, in my opinion, damaging testimony that is going to cause problems for the defense to overcome. You know, and granted, it's not slam dunk, but I don't know what is going on with these hiccups, but it's going to cause some problems. And I do understand why the defense attorney wanted the weekend. So I know it is not very clear to you, but from a legal professional, I'm seeing this all unfold. And it is really, so far, has been very good for the prosecution.
Today, when did they get home?
My son works for my brother.
Okay, this is important. Here's some timing issues. You guys might want to get a pad of paper out and start writing the times down, because this is going to start being very crucial in his timeline, because I have a funny feeling this is going to cause him some problems in this trial.
And he was coming home to deal with the sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay. So before dinner time?
I would have liked them.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Lunchtime? Or?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I would like to have honed in on more of a
What
specific time.
brother does Paul work for?
John Marvin.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Just handyman?
Yes, sir.
Was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
Oh, no. I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, you know, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
Okay, so she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regularly.
Okay.
She comes out here a lot.
Do you have any cameras on your property?
I have deer cameras, but none, you know, around up here.
Where are they at?
On different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields, and
Okay.
but I don't. There's none that, you know, are near here.
Okay.
What doctor's appointment? What doctor did Maggie see today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I can't. I want to say Gordine
Okay.
is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today Were you at the office or?
Nope, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was.
But this is before he even left the house. So she wasn't answering. He knew she was back. She wasn't answering the phone before he left. But she's always good about answering the phone. So why did he not go look for his wife before he left the house if she always answers her phone? I found that a little odd, but just a observation.
It was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
Now, what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message.
All right. I texted her at 9:08, going to check on M, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47. That must be when I started to come back. I think.
So 9:08 was when he was leaving. He hadn't even left the house yet. 9:08, he's saying that he texted her to let her know that he's leaving to go check on his mom. By 9:47, that's when he's heading back. Now, I heard that Almia is 20 to 25 minutes away from their home. So even at 20 minutes away from their home, he would, if he was in the car pulling out of their driveway exactly at 9:08, he would have been arriving at his mother's house between 9:28 and 9:32. So he's saying by 9:47, he's already back in his car heading back home for another 20-minute drive, which 20-minute drive would have brought him to 10:07, arriving back at the home. So I have 10:07 to 10, what would that be? 10:12. What's 5 minutes on that? 10:12. So he would have been arriving home, and that's from his 9:47 saying he's heading back. So if he's there between 9:28 and 9:32 and arriving home between 10:07 and 10:08, 10:07 to 10:12, he's calling law enforcement at 10:08 after he said he went home, tried to check the door, realized they were gone, got in his car, went back around. Yeah, and then where did he go to get the 20-minute nap? He said he had the nap before he left. That's what he just said on this interview, that he laid down for a nap for 25, 30 minutes and then got up and went to go to his mother's house. And Susanna says he thinks she called around 10:01 p.m. So just based upon this information here, his numbers, his time is off. When he left, when he arrived to his mother's, how long he stayed. So if he did from 9:28 to, so it looks like he only stayed there just a few minutes. What would that be? 15 minutes, if that. So his total trip was so roughly an hour. So 20, 25 minutes there. He was there 10, 15 to 20 minutes and went back. I don't know. I just find the whole going and checking on mom thing. I mean, if you're going to drive over to your mother's house for 20, a 20-minute drive away, you would think that you would stay there a little longer than 10 to 20 minutes. Just a little observation for me personally. I thought he had been driving around with someone for 2 hours before coming to this location. That's not what's being, that's not what his testimony is here. That's not what he was telling law enforcement at this point. We're hearing exactly what he's saying.
I called her before that, but let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45, and then I tried Paul, and then no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there.
I think this is when he's realizing his timing's not making sense. And I think it's this point. Now he's trying to say, oh no, this is this.
10:03. I mean, my calls are right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I, at 10:06,
when he called. He's realizing right then he's got his numbers wrong. His attorney in the back is just staying quiet and listening, but I'm telling you, his facial expressions while he's giving this is just, it's
Yes,
not
sir.
fitting right.
Thank you. Take the call.
Anybody else want some gum?
No, sorry.
You don't have any water, do you,
He's
Dan?
getting nervous
That's all right.
because
I don't need
they're
it.
honing in on details.
If you, behind Danny's head is case
Look at
of
his
water.
eyes.
not a
Look at
big
his
deal.
face.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sure we're going to have much more questions.
I'm available at, you let me know.
What's another number in case I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
My office number. I can give you my brother's cell phones.
All right. What's Randy's?
Okay, Randy's is 80881.
And John's?
John Marvin's is 843-508.
Get those
And you
legs
said
up,
your dad's in the
folks.
hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or
Savannah, Candler, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. He's doing okay given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
About Maggie's family, where are they?
Somerville.
Have you been in touch with them tonight?
Contacted, yes. I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person. And they are going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes. And her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
You have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's right, you said. What's his name?
Buster. Well, Richard Alexander Jr.
Okay. He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Okay. Laura, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like he is.
Just like he is. So you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So he wasn't able to move him, but he moved him enough that his phone
Did
pops
he
out of
help
his
Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay, so it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well in the evening?
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
Good point, Caroline. Possible. We know he's greedy.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked him, and I think I already knew, but I checked him.
And when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come in?
I went to the house.
Okay.
And then I came from the house
This way.
straight here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle was parked is probably
is where it was. Okay.
Well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close because I came back the same route.
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
When I came back.
He also knows that he has to be cooperative.
All right. I can't think of anything else right now, but we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
Yes, sir. So just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Now watch him put on the fireworks.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out there. Well, I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
Buster, get in here. Okay.
Yes, sir. I dropped my card.
We'll get you one.
Sorry.
I'll get you one.
Here you go.
Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. They'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there.
Thank you.
But we'll come see you before we leave.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Rutland.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
So there you guys have it. I'm removing that from the studio. That was the initial interview with Alex Mudaugh to law enforcement. Lots of holes in that story. And it's a little disappointing in some respect, because you hear a lot of missed opportunities for detectives to hone in on certain details. And those things were brought up in court, such as, why didn't they ask him, how did you try to turn the body over? Where did you try to check the pulse? These things are key information that could really have helped solidify, especially with this man being so clean. The first thing that Alex says that he notices is a lot of blood. Yet he's checking not only Maggie, but he's checking his son for a pulse when there's, matter and stuff that he can readily see that would indicate there is no life left. So where did he check this? Now you have a lot of stuff. Why are these people, guys, this area is pitch black. pitch black. There is nobody in their right mind going to be out there at this time of night planting sunflower seeds. This, you know, they have a caretaker for these dogs. You know, I don't know the comings and goings of the Maggie. Could she be going out there at night and playing with the dogs? Yes, but this is South Carolina. And it's just odd to me that somebody's out there playing with dogs at 10 o'clock at night in the pitch black, where there could be snakes and other creatures. I mean, you know, he's talking about sunflowers in the dove field. They have deer. They have, you know, panthers. They got bears. They got coyotes, you know, all the things that Candace Wells says the reason why she won't walk at night, right? So you have all these elements. It just seems odd to me. And then he's over there, you know, trying to see if either one of them is alive and doesn't have one footprint in the massive amount of blood that's in and around them. And all the detectives says he's clean. Then we just watch him. You know, he turns on the waterworks as needed and turns them off as needed. These are things that I'm noticing. Will the prosecution be able to prove their case? We don't know. We're just in the beginning stages of this trial. The stuff we're hearing today, we're probably going to forget about in a few more days as more information, more bombshell information comes out. We haven't even gotten to, you know, start disputing some of his time frame yet. All they're doing is setting the foundation to get the evidence put in that is needed to prove their case. And this is the shotgun wads. This is the federal and other bullet shot shell bullet. This is the bird shot pellets that they collected, 48 to be exact. This is, you know, those are all the things that they need to enter into evidence in this trial to be entertained by the jury. So they're just they're just setting the foundation. This is not the meat and potatoes of this case. This is not what we've heard so far has nothing to do with what is going to convict him yet. Now, granted, there have been some revelations from some of the detectives that have been on the stand, such as, you know, they're alluding that he was entirely too clean for the actions he said he did. So lots of stuff coming out, but that is really the stuff. And before we leave, I wanted to play this for you guys. This goes back to what we were talking about. This is related to the Idaho 4 case. This is Xana Kernodle's mother. She looks horrible. I do not like Ashley Banfield. I would never interview with Ashley Banfield ever. I don't like her. I don't like the Como guy. Never interview with them. But she has already interviewed this lady. She has already interviewed this lady. Okay? And she knows that this lady had really no contact with her daughter. Unfortunately, I'm not the one that did it. She is. So it's hard for me to understand why Ashley Banfield is still questioning this lady related to her daughter when we all know she was not in her daughter's life. That was obvious when she had her very first interview with her. But I just want you to show you this lady is not well. And I just don't like Ashley.
Your former attorney is representing the man accused of killing your daughter.
I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken because I trusted her. She pretended that she was wanting to help me, and to find that out that she's representing him.
And I have to agree that, you know, this is very troublesome for me. I don't know if it rises to the level of conflict of interest without more information, but definitely the appearance of impropriety is there. The whole messaging, this is all off. This is all off. This seems like an attorney that wants her bones and is willing to give up anybody else just to get this case. That's what I'm seeing.
I can't even convey how betrayed I feel.
Have you had a chance to speak with her about this?
No.
But my question is, this lady has already missed court hearings. She's wanted in connection with one of her missed court hearings, so she has a warrant for her arrest. The thought that, has she called her attorney? No. And quite frankly, I don't know if Kara would even know that this attorney ditched her, because she wouldn't even have gotten mail. She seems homeless, living out of her car. So how would she even have known? So it sounds like this was brought to her attention as opposed to it being brought to everybody else's attention from her. She wasn't screaming bloody murder until News Nation started reaching out to her.
No, I haven't spoken with her. I found out through a friend who found it on Reddit.
So she found out through a friend that found out through Reddit. But that's because you're probably not having conversations with your attorney to begin with. Again, there's two sides to this story. Yes, Amy M., clout-chasing lawyer. I feel like she wouldn't get enough recognition taking care of these parents, but Brian Kohberger can make her bones, get her out of that public defender's office and into her own practice. I mean, let's think about this, that this is the case that every public defender aches to have. And she, it just, I don't like that, but understand it.
You found out through a friend through social media. You weren't notified by Ann Taylor, your attorney, herself?
Right now.
And have you tried to reach out to her?
No, I just found out today, literally. So, yeah.
So, I mean, just so many thoughts. It's so incredible that there is this connection. Are you going to try to fight this at all?
Well, yeah.
How is she going to fight it? I don't know. Ashley's asking questions like, are you going to try to fight this? How do you fight something like this? It's clear as day. It's either there's a conflict or there isn't. And she's not even going to her court hearings. She's got a warrant for her arrest. How is she going to fight this? I'm curious. I thought that was like an idiotic question personally.
Absolutely. Yes.
So that's it for that. And guys, that's pretty much everything I've got. We've been going almost 4 hours now. I appreciate everybody that stopped by to see what was going on. We covered quite a few cases here. We covered the Idaho 4. Madalina Kojakari. In closing, we're going to just bring up another video for her. Let me pull up my YouTube because I want you guys to see her. Oh, no, I don't want, I guess I can go that way. I want you guys to see her because this is really a sad case of Madalina Kojakari, and any help that you guys can provide in spreading the word about this young girl, I'd appreciate. Hold on one second. I gotta do all this. This is what I can't stand. Like, I'm having to do all this jumping through all these different hoops just to be able, like, I don't do this. I usually set it and forget it and play what I need to play. Really. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Heavens 57. Love you, honey.
Well, hello, YouTube. Bullhorn Betty is right now in Cornelius, North Carolina. I'm covering the case of Madalina Kojakari, which disappeared at some point in November. I am sitting outside of her housing development, and as I pull up, the first thing I see is this missing person flyer, and they state missing on November 23rd, but that is actually up for speculation at this point. And right behind me, you'll see there are yellow bows on the trees here as you enter this community. This is the place that this young girl disappeared from. She went to school, went home, and nobody's seen her since. We have learned that her parents, her mother, Diana Kojakari, and her stepfather, Christopher Palmater, lived in the development behind me and have since been arrested for failing to report a missing child. There's a lot of details that go behind those charges for those parents. One is we're hearing from law enforcement, their statements are not making sense. They have critical details that do not match each other's statements. We're also learning that the parents took a trip after the date of their disappearance and went to the mountains, some 2 hours or so away, if I'm correct. I will correct this if that's incorrect. However, Victoria Bay is the community this young, beautiful girl grew up in. I just learned this morning that her mother is from a different country. And actually, when she was a young child, prior to marrying Christopher, did a series of YouTube videos. So again, outside of Victoria Bay, this is the community this beautiful, young, 11-year-old child disappeared from. We're going to find out if we can find some information. We're going to look into this case. I happen to be in North Carolina for another event. And since this was only 2.5 hours away, I thought, since I've already started covering this case, that now would be a great time to get this case covered as we're searching for answers for Madalena Kojakari. You are asked to please reach out to law enforcement at 704-892-7773 if you have any information. They say she disappeared on the 23rd, but she was last seen on November 21st at her school, at Bailey Middle School, which we are going to be going to next. Again, we're covering the case of Madalena Kojakari. We need any information of any contact you may have had with her after November 21st, or her parents, or if you've seen either one of them out and about. I feel that this poor little child has not gotten enough attention. Bullhorn Betty is here. I'm ready to give her a lot of attention. So guys on YouTube, help me out here. We are in front of this community. Furthermore, this looks like a very lovely community. This community that I was driving through was very cute, a home field, the hometown feel that a lot of people look for. And it's a very clean and peaceful and a bustling type of community. So we're blessed to be out here to be covering this case, but I will tell you my thoughts. Unfortunately, with the parents' statements, the fact that they're in jail, the fact that they took a long road trip after her disappearance, the chances of us finding her or her alive are dwindling by the day. This is becoming a grave event, and we need everybody that's out there to please be paying attention to this case. We need your help. I am covering, again, Madalena Kojakari. We are out in front of her community, and I will be going there. She is a beautiful girl and deserves the attention she needs. Guys, we need your help. Pass this around. I am here all day.
So there you have it, folks. And you know, the worst part about it is we cover all this true crime cases. And literally when I was covering her video, I'm not sure which ones, but about 70 people left the chat while we were covering Madalena Kojakari. That is a shame that we have people out here that are more concerned about dead people than they are about people missing. I went as far as to say that she's most likely not missing. This is going to be a recovery effort. I do believe that. This poor baby's gone, like many other that we cover. And I do, the reason why I come up with that assessment is because I know the protocols of law enforcement. And when I start seeing certain actions that they're taking, that it's not what comes out of their mouth, it's their actions that they're taking that makes me make statements that I make. You know, they're going to always tell us that, you know, they don't know where she is. They're looking for her, anybody with information, you know, she could be abducted, blah, 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 blah. I don't listen to all that mumbo jumbo coming out of law enforcement's mouth. I look at their actions that they're taking and what part of the process they are at in this criminal process. So right now, To me, we're in a homicide investigation. We're not in a missing person investigation. We're not in the run-of-the-mill criminal investigation. They are treating this as a homicide investigation. So for the people that are out there, you know, we cover these, we bring attention. This is an 11-year-old girl, and I hope people start paying attention to this poor child. I hope they start paying attention and getting her name out, her picture out, and everything like that. I just don't believe that there's been a lot of attention, and even my own audience doesn't really care. I mean, we've got a few people that do, but the majority don't. And that's sad that you're part of the Bullhorn Betty channel and we cannot even bring awareness for an 11-year-old missing girl. So I hope you guys, the ones that are on the replay crew, I hope you guys, you know, start passing her information out. I've got several videos on her. I've got several more that need to come out. And we need to really find out. These parents were very isolated. The mom never left the house. Even Madalena couldn't even walk around her community without having her stepfather by her side. That is a very controlling environment. That tells me that there was a lot of domestic abuse in that home, and that man needed to control the information going out. So it's very, very sad. Yeah, Cornelius is the city. It's a small little city. It's cute. It seems, you know, it gives you that hometown feel. It's a wonderful community. I talked to many people there. Some people wouldn't go on record. A couple of them I had to sneak some videos on in public places, of course, you know, which I dropped, you know, with the one outside of the, it was a, you know, like a taco truck, but they didn't sell tacos. They sold like this pastry, this fried pastry that's stuffed with cheeses. And I got one that was with mozzarella and mushrooms. And it came with like a ranch, ranch and cilantro type of like a cream sauce. It was so good. No, it wasn't churros. It wasn't churros at all. It was like pastels or whatever they're called, something like that. I don't know. I don't think I'm saying it right, but it's like almost like a biscuit type thing, but they stuff it with all this good stuff and you dip it and you bite it. It's like really flaky and just, you know, flaked all over me, but it was a really, really good. So on Harmony Montgomery, I see somebody asking about Harmony. So for those that weren't here this morning, pastillos, yes. That's it. Now, whatever those things are so stinking good. It was the first time I ever had one, and I'm telling you, if I'm back out there in that community, I'm getting a freaking whole bag full. They were that good. I can even show you. Like I mean, I was sitting there chomping down. Look at this. I'll show you what it looks like. Oops, I turned my phone off. My phone was overheating for some reason here. And I checked to see if I was running a like a video behind it. Sometimes that does it, and it wasn't. I don't know what got the phone so hot, but I just had to shut it down. It wasn't even charging. It was so hot. So give me a second. I'm gonna put this up. Just bear with me. This is kind of off topic, but it was, I'm telling you, this stuff was so stinking good. And I want to, let me go here. I hate iPhones. Your iCloud hasn't updated. Please purchase more storage. Please purchase more storage. Every time I go into my pictures, like, listen, out of the 56 freaking times you told me my storage on iCloud, I'm not buying your service. There's no way to stop it. It's irritating. And I don't like being irritated. Let's see here. No. We're getting closer. There's the fair. Diamond's funeral. I think this is it. This is it. This is definitely it.
Oh my God. These pastry stuff with mozzarella and mushroom in it. Oh. This is so stinking good. I've never had one of these things before. I don't even know what the heck it's called. But I stopped there. They're right around on the outside of the community where Madalena Kojakari went. And so there was a bunch of people there. So I stopped and talked to them. And they said, you know, quite a bit of stuff, that this has never happened. This is one of the safest communities they've ever been in. And I'll drop that video. It's only going to be audio. And that's if the audio came in. I don't know. But stinking good. right here. I don't know what it is, but it's filled with mozzarella and mushrooms and deep fried. Holy crap, right? All right. I got two of them. And they were very, very, they're delicious. I don't know how to say. They were delicious. I'm glad I stopped there. You know, I learned a lot out there, the little bit of time that I was able to spend. But, you know, when I'm working. I'm getting down to the nitty gritty. I really don't have time for a lot of stuff. The only reason I was there to get that is because there was people standing out. And you guys, I dropped that recording for you guys. So it's not like I took time off. I mean, I just happened to be there. I'm like, well, I'm talking to these people. Give me some food, right? So anyways, hold on. We got something coming in, guys. I was going to get off here, but hold tight. It looks like we got something coming in here. Give me just a second. Let me remove this. Stop sharing, because I got to share every God blessed screen that we get. Lord have mercy. I cannot stand this program now. I've got today. I'm going to find. I think I'm just going to go on Restream. I'll try Restream for a second. So here we got something coming in on Michael Monkey Vaughn. So let me go ahead and pull this up so we can get all updated on this. I'm going to do the entire screen. I hate not doing the entire screen. I should be able to do the entire screen. Maybe it's the Mac. I don't know. We'll find out. I'm going to be getting another Windows because. Okay. Hold on. Wait until it gets off. There we go. Okay. So this just came out on Thursday, just a couple days ago. I did see this press conference come from the Fruitland Police Department. It said Fruitland Police have released an update in the search of the 5-year-old Michael Vaughn, who was abducted from his front yard a year and a half ago. Fruitland police say they have collected several pieces of evidence during the search of 1102 Red Wing in December 2022. Remember, we knew that they didn't find Michael, but we wondered if they were able to find any evidence. And they are acknowledging that, yes, several pieces of evidence were collected during that search and have been sent to those pieces for DNA for further testing. Have sent some of those pieces for DNA and further testing. So they believe that those things will actually have DNA present on them. The DNA analysis process takes time, and the Fruitland Police Department will update the public with more information when it becomes available. So that is some good news. It means that there are things moving in the right direction on this case. They still have not found him, but they have got to be on the right case. Here's our right path. Here's the kicker. We had RSOs, 2 RSOs that lived on the way that the family, what are the people that were arrested, Wanderers, right there on a corner lot. So their house is on the corner lot. Well, over to if you're looking at their house straight, right like this, over to the left side of that house is a house with the RSOs, the wife and the man, the husband and the wife, both convicted RSOs. So they have to register for the rest of their life. They're on the other side of the Wanderers. JLR did an interview with the Starkeys, which are the ones that are over to the left, the RSOs, at least the husband half of that RSO. And he started out the conversation basically saying he didn't really know the Wanderers that well. You know, he doesn't have any indication, was none the wiser about what was going on in their house. And then we find out as he's conversating with this guy's, well, yeah, you know, I've worked on their car. Yeah, well, yeah, I purchased a car for my wife. Yeah, I have a key to their house because I go over there and feed the cat. And then you find out that he's worked for them. So this RSO that lives next to him started out distancing himself, saying, yeah, we really don't know him that well, you know, this, that, and the other. And then all these things come out shortly thereafter making that statement. And it painted a picture that these people knew the Wanderers much more intimately than they wanted to first acknowledge. And, you know, being an employee of theirs, having a key to their house, feeding their cats. I mean, come on.
So it makes you wonder. And then you hear about these stories because, again, JLR got another interview with Brandon, one of the guys that were there that day with Stacy Wandra, or excuse me, not Stacy. Stacy's the husband. Sarah Wandra, that day with him and Adrian were out and about with her. And the one thing we found out that just blows my mind is that Sarah was always picking up guys throughout her taxi cab business and bringing them home, bringing these guys that she just met into her home to live on her couch. It was just bizarre. What married woman does that? And it was always men. It was never women. It was always, I mean, did she just not cater? Did she not drive? Do women not need taxis in her area? Because it just seemed funny. And it was always men that were alone, that seemed to be down on their luck, or some weird phenomenon as to why she needed to bring them home. And I just found that odd. It just seems to me that something else is going on in this home than what they are alleging. It's just something is not savory. She's apparently this God-fearing woman. She screeches about God. We've heard some of her rants going on her TikTok page, just weird, bizarre things. We know that they took a trip around September, and it seemed like whatever trip they took around September, Stacy comes back and he's just this new man. He feels it's almost like as if he's absolved of all of his crimes and all of his trespasses once he came back from this trip. And this trip was done in September, and by September 28th, he's talking about come walk with me in my path with Christ and God and all this like he is not a religious. Sarah was a religious person, but not Stacy. And this is really the only like godlike epiphany he had throughout his social media. And it came that September, and it happens to coincide with a trip, and it happens to coincide with only 2 months after Michael disappeared. And we're hearing from law enforcement that there was an impression in that ground that they saw that the dogs hit on, leading the investigators to believe that Michael was there and moved. And I keep thinking and going back to that September trip where when Stacy comes back, he's ready to walk this path with God as if this 10,000-pound weight was lifted off his shoulder. And I truly believe that was when they moved Michael from one location to the other location. He felt relieved that that kid was not attached to his property anymore. That's truly what I believe. I could be absolutely wrong. They could be totally different coincidences. This is just my theory and speculation related to the case, but still my theory and speculation to the case. At all the times, we still have the Michael Vaughn. If you go through my description, if you would like to donate to his family, you know, his family is still struggling. Brandy has been struggling for some time trying to find her son. And with the revelation that Sarah is now arrested for failing to report her son's death, it's becoming a sobering reality for her and her family as they're struggling to understand the whys and the hows. And, you know, so we just really still want to, you know, uplift that family, say prayers for that family. They're still suffering. They're still struggling. And if you want to donate, you're more than welcome to. I provided you guys some links in the description for that. If they're not there, let me know so I can make sure they're added. But I've kept them there throughout all of these. So if it's not on this one, go back a couple of them. You'll see it. There's a Cash App there or whatever if you guys would like to entertain that. Anyways, guys, that really is everything I have. Thank you for being with me for 4 hours on Saturday morning, but it's only 10:30. So go out there at 10:30 East Coast time. So if you are like over on the West Coast, it's only 7:30. So go out, make it a great day. Go do something special for yourself this beautiful Saturday. And guys, please start spreading some kindness and love. That really is what we need in this world. We have enough evil and hate in this world. We need to pass around some kindness and love. So why don't you guys consider doing an act of kindness for a perfect stranger? What do I mean by that? You see a car behind you, maybe buy that car a cup of coffee. If you see somebody trying to load groceries, an older person trying to load groceries, go help them. Do something kind. Make the world a better place. after while you're here. Make it a better place. We do need that. And those acts of kindness really go a long way. And hopefully those people pay it forward as well. So God bless each and every one of you. If you see, don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Good.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.